I've been wondering something.
I'm here. I'm live. Shall we do a thing? You know? From Tanzalai Audit. We should do some swap now. Do you not agree with me? Hold on. Is this good enough swap for you? Sloppy content? Um, Anybody here? I am live. Um, all right. Hello. Hello. Yeah, hello. Consider donating and subscribing. Okay, let's do a poll, everyone. Everybody one. We do now. We start with slop or game. Slop, game, dead space. Yay! Lucy Grid knows no bounds, of course. Because I'm poor. Did you know that I actually got a letter from a lawyer? Not a letter, like a message from a lawyer. Because I have a court case, and the court, or the law, I think the court wrote us we will not waiver your fee for procedure X. We suggest that you tighten your belt and limit your expenses. And I'm like, oh, well, that's nice. That's cool. All right. Where is Dr. Jean? Where is Dr. Jean playing? You know. WC. Send all the billionaire will get rubber barons fascist. True. Alright. What's the okay, come on, break the tie. Don't do this to me. 4 votes and it's an okay, break the tie somehow. Like you have to choose slop or you know. Also like the stream. Slop or game. Trick or treat. You know? You need to choose. Choose. You need to choose. You need to choose. Oh, interesting. Oh God. Interesting. Hell, why not? Might as well. I don't see why not. Jesus Christ. So is Texas, huh? Oh. You voted Club? You didn't vote Dead Space? I'm surprised. Dr. Jones, did you really vote not for Dead Space? Ow. Dr. Jones shocked me to my car. Okay, we're going to do stop then. But I warned you, Dr. Jones. I have warned you, Dr. Jones. I'm turning on my extra computer. You can chat now. Aren't you chatting now, Dr. Jones? What do you mean? Dr. Jones, aren't you chatting, Dr. Jones? Dr. Jones chatting. Chatty, Dr. Jones. You're the biggest chatter in this chat, Dr. Jones. What do you mean? Whoa, what's happening? Can you sing the Dr. Jones song again? Yes. Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones. 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 Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones. Dr. Johnson. It's true. It's Dr. Johnson. You know? It's the song of Dr. John. Alright, I'm ready for the swap. Are you? Are you prepared mentally? God damn. Progressive Victory is doing stuff. Alright, let's go. I'm also doing stuff as a streamer. Growing. I'm gonna get that video that will gain 1,000 plus views, okay? I guess for that I should react to Asmongold. Yeah? President Sunday told Zoshevitz, you are my friend. You are my friend, Zoshevitz. Isn't President Sunday streaming right now? Is the topic Ukraine? Okay, let's go. Oh, man. Okay, let's do this. This is number one slot.
Who is Aiko Rules? What does she do? What kind of content is she known for? Do people watch because she has unique and useful insight into the things she talks about? Or just because she's saying stuff they agree with? Are her opinions even her own, or just taken from other people? I have a theory. I think this person has managed to professionally skinwalk her content.
I have a theory. I don't know. Aiko is entertaining, I guess. That's why people like. Also has fun songs. Aiko Rule's songs are not as fun as my Dr. John song, but it's up there, okay? It's up there. The Poland thing was a joke. Poland is not a joke. Poland is not a joke. That Poland is a real joke, huh? Poland is a joke to you, huh? Yeah, I saw it before. I saw the screenshot in the Discord. I don't know. I actually would not respond with a series of question marks. I would say, okay, if that was a joke, then what's the serious answer then? What's the serious answer then? Oj, tyć, a ty my sobie będziemy razem przyglądać te wszystkie małe rzeczyczki, co ty masz tutaj, Panie Boże. Okay, this is a little bit too old school, okay? I actually cannot understand what you're saying. This is a bit too... This has become so dialected that I actually cannot understand what you're saying. The dialect became too thick, okay? The dialect is too thick now. That's right. I'm like, I don't know some of these words. All right, let's see. So, what do you think? Also, vote, please. Vote, please. Let's see. What is winning? Slop or what is winning? 6 votes. What is winning? Okay, I'm gonna vote for a game because I love games. What is winning? Come on, show me what's winning. What is what is Yosiek? What is Yosiek? Okay, what is that Yosiek? Slop is still winning. Holy crap! Even though I voted for game, Slop is okay. Here you go. You wanted Slop, you're gonna get Slop. I mean, I do have to do Slop. I need segments for the stream. I need segments. I do need them. No matter what, I need to make money. It's true. That is true.
Creator friends. I think she attaches herself to and agrees with people more knowledgeable or well-read than herself on whichever issue she's talking about, and just sort of joins what she sees as the winning team.
I am well-read and I am in the winning team. Oh no, Aiko's not about to become anti-Ukraine. She? Segment that ain't gonna crack 1K views. Oh worry, we're gonna react to Asmongold today, okay? We're gonna get our 1K segment, don't worry. We're gonna do Asmongold content, okay? We're gonna get our 1K views segment today. Don't worry, Dr. Jones. We're doing it. We're gonna do it. Secret weapon. Okay, we have our methods over here.
Reaping the rewards without actually having to do any of the legwork or form any original opinions. And because it's me, we're testing this via trans discussions. See, she's quite outspoken on this topic.
Also, I do legwork and I have original opinions. Because I have original opinions, my videos don't crack 1K views. Okay? It's true.
She's had a lot to say about one of my videos about someone called Katie Neves, although I'm not convinced she ever understood my actual points about representation and trans advocates dying on ill-advised hills, despite many hours dedicated to watching me.
I mean, what are the ill-advised hills? It's all about those ill-advised hills. What if the ill-advised hill is, trans people having basic rights? You know what I mean?
We even had something approaching an actual discussion on various trans issues when we had a conversation. Unfortunately, what this all tipped me off to is that this person is actually not very knowledgeable on this subject at all, and generally just uses accusations of transphobia to bludgeon people she doesn't like with. I got the impression she's taken on progressive ideas around trans issues without adequately understanding other perspectives.
I mean, what is there to understand about a bigoted perspective?
And when pressed on this, it comes across like she's picked a side and wants to form negative opinions on those who disagree, without actually trying to understand why they think differently first.
Okay.
I think
you need to talk
I
to
think
women
that's
that
fine.
disagree with you. I think you should actually have these kind of conversations and stop writing them off as bigots or ignorant or whatever. Because I think you're ignorant of some of their
I
experiences.
think it is. No, I think it is ignorant because
Then talk to
What experiences? Experiences of not wanting to give people rights?
some of those people about
don't
that.
you think that if these women were more used to like trans women just being around, being people, being like regular women around them,
Regular
that maybe it wouldn't be as much of a problem.
That's not
maybe they
bearing
wouldn't
out.
be scared.
Say you have like
Well, what's not bearing out? How can we know in a transphobic society, how can we know if it's bearing out or not? How can we know that? Okay, whatever. This is silly. I know this has been done before, but we might as well talk about segregation in these terms.
trauma. Say you were physically assaulted in a bathroom or something by a male person. You're in another bathroom.
Because it happens so often that male persons assault people in bathrooms. Male. Also, what the hell is this language? A male person. What is this weird lingo? A male person. This is so weird.
After
Well,
you see a
then
male
they really
person come in, it
should
might
go
just
to
set
therapy.
things off.
Go to therapy. I don't
You
think
have no
people's
empathy,
rights
do
should
you?
be based
You have no
on.
empathy.
What if a woman has been assaulted by a lesbian? Should toilets be segregated by heterosexual women and lesbians, or else you have no empathy? This is stupid. Come on.
You should talk to other women about this.
You could say
Talk to
that.
some women
You
who are
could say that.
uncomfortable about this kind of thing. Actually understand how people feel. It's
Yeah,
so
no,
cringe.
yes, no,
I'm not
I
even
do.
female and I
I
get it.
understand, and I disagree. Yes, I understand.
Yeah, it would be
As much fun as
it
it
would be a crime regardless of who commits it. This is so silly.
would be to focus on personal interactions and recount the time she advocated for reporting my channel or supported someone threatening to sue me for slander for repeating something he had literally told me himself.
Like, oh, fuck you, I'll fucking see that. I've not done any of these things.
I did not see that
I'm
as
just
a
pissed off.
serious threat, a serious legal
All
threat. And even if it was, who the fuck cares? Like, she would deserve
Yeah.
it. It would be
Yeah,
justified if you
so
did.
Like, it's silly. It's really, really silly. Shakespeare says, in fact, cis women are more likely to be assaulted by cis men than trans women. The odds is so low for trans women. Why? Because we just want to use the bathroom. So. I guess this is ridiculous. The whole bathroom thing. I don't actually think that bathrooms should be segregated to begin with, but
Or looped on whether I meant an apology to someone for 40 minutes in our debate.
Go ahead.
Let me say it again, okay? The apology we just watched,
yeah.
you say to Femyaz on request of Sunday, or rather Sunday saying that he thinks you owe her apology and you apologized. Did you mean that apology that we just watched? Yes or no?
Maybe.
Well, I think we've been
Harry,
over this.
I'm not moving past this. I'm
But
literally
why not?
not
Good.
moving
This is
Why not?
great.
But
This
like,
is very
now
funny.
This is literally
Very funny. Very, very funny. This is... Oh, God. We're gonna go to harassment goat slap soon because this is... Yeah, this is... The whole bathroom thing, I just don't care for it. It's a silly discussion and people are using silly arguments for it.
You're like
it. I'm not moving
you're making a
past
fool
this.
of
There's just... There never is a compelling argument for the whole bathroom segregation.
yourself,
isn't
Michael.
a-
You are making a fool of
Okay.
yourself. You're not allowing us
I
to
don't
hash out the
care.
other stuff.
I don't
Okay.
care, Perry. I literally don't care.
We're doing something else. I'm interested in a recent stream she did, reviewing a conversation between two left-leaning streamers, President Sunday and Alec
I assume the marriage was not a left-leaning person.
Gunter, discussing Sunday's criticisms of Alec's criticisms of gender-critical YouTuber King Critical, who made a video on 10 reasons trans identity isn't valid. None of these people are themselves trans, by the way. Sunday's
Okay. I'm trans.
Criticism of Alec broadly consisted of Alec not understanding King Critical's points, not having read gender philosophy, and ultimately lacking knowledge and understanding on an issue he discusses
Gender theory.
often. A criticism I tend to agree with and would like to expand, as Alec is far from the only or even worst offender here. See, Aiko also hasn't read Judith Butler, never watched King Critical's video, Alec's video, or most likely even Sunday's initial criticisms.
I haven't read any of
Okay.
those books.
I don't think that King Critical really says. I didn't watch it, but from what I've seen,
Hello, MS Chip 23. Yes, I am. What do you mean? Your friend's, what's her name? The Marichu acknowledges that I am, so there you go. You should listen to her. Hello, do.
I don't know precisely what he's talking about in this situation because I haven't watched the thing, as I've said a billion times.
Seems proudly ignorant of gender critical perspectives.
Yeah, because gender critical perspectives are just not worth considering, to be quite honest.
And has little understanding of trans people beyond
How are you trans? By transitioning and being and identifying not as the gender that I've been assigned to at birth. Socialix, I should have read Judith Butler. Hell, Nietzsche would have also helped.
mainstream progressive talking points, so why is she even reacting to this?
How is Mary Chu trans?
What could she possibly contribute? Isn't she falling into the same trap?
Why are you trans? I've already answered this question.
Sunday is suggesting Alec has?
Also vote in the thing.
Combined with my own experiences of ICO, to me this speaks of the arrogance of many progressive trans allies, who seem to think trans discussions require no real forethought, research, or preparation. And why would ICO bother with any of that?
I think you're stupid. MS Shift. That's all I'm gonna say. Trans people don't have to explain to people like you why they're trans, actually. They should tell you why and how. People don't have to explain why and how they are trans. This is silly.
She's friends with President Sunday.
No wonder you're a viewer of a person that deeply considers gender critical perspectives.
President Sunday is a philosophy channel, and whatever you might say about him, he's either very well read or very good at pretending he is. Let's assume the former.
Very good at pretending, yes.
Aiko is not well read, but really all she has to do is agree with her friend and treat him as an authority figure relative to Alec, and she can join the winning team. After all, it's a pretty safe content strategy.
Hello. I mean, yeah, I definitely cannot be you or this person.
To just identify the person who knows more and agree with everything they say.
I mean, you can join the Mary Chu's crowd and call yourself a male person or a female person, depending on who you are. Ah, yes, I am worse than the TERFs. I mean, Marichu allied with the TERFs, so basically. What have we in chat again? Again, transphobic TERFy arguments by a person pretending to be trans activist? Yes. Unfortunately, that happens whenever I even come remotely to discussing a Marichu topic.
You might not be putting out good ideas of your own, but you're at least curating them and are thus coming across as intelligent and insightful by proxy, right? For the next close to 3 hours, Aiko successfully makes it through around 15 minutes of this roughly 45-minute video. We get to hear her mention over and over how stoned she is, eat an apple without muting her mic, and occasionally even attempt a hot take, whilst rewinding sections over and over and over.
Oh no, eating an apple without muting your mic? That's too far. Hello, Maya Mayor. I'm sorry you have to witness this. I'm sorry you have to witness a person eating their apple without muting their mic. I've changed my mind. Aiko is a really poor advocate. Being stoned and eating your apple without muting, that's too far. That's too far, even for me.
Which is like, if someone has a video and they are unironically like AGP, so and so is AGP, and they are like serious about, like, they mean it. If someone has that in their video on the title or thumbnail of a trans person, you can just dismiss it right out the gate. You're like, okay, I know what your deal is.
This was grueling to get through, so I think liking this video and considering subscribing to my channel is the least you can do.
What? Come on.
We're told multiple times what King Critical was really
Crayon Wannabe says, sweat, this is an Aiko hit piece. Anyone who has ever watched Aiko knows that she gets super stoned and rewinds about 100 times when she gets fixated on something. Yeah, I know. Like, oh no, she mentions being stoned. Okay. And she did not mute herself by eating an apple. Apparently, President Sunday had a discussion with Aiko about gender. I mean, not apparently. I know that they had a discussion about gender. And the Mary Chu just decided to watch that or something. Or President Sunday stuck with Alec Gunter.
saying versus Alex's interpretation by someone who didn't even watch either person's video. We also discover that apparently Aiko's main exposure to King Critical was via fellow streamer Chud Logic, who I suppose she has
Follow streamer Chud Logic.
some kind of vendetta against.
I'll link it again, but based on
Yeah, Mary Chu does not like that Aiko criticizes Chud Logic. Not good. Dr. Jones, you can criticize Aiko for watching 5 minutes of the video she's supposed to watch. Goes to a 45 minutes tangent, gets to, then changes the video to something else. Her not knowing the turf ideas made her easy for Mary to dog walk. The Mary Chulai, thanks for watching. Welcome, you're welcome. Oh wait, weren't we supposed to talk? Weren't we supposed to talk? I'm in Kyiv right now. No bombing tonight. There are no missiles tonight, so seems like we're good. We're good. We're good not to get bombed. I like not being missiled. Seems like people are not great journalists, and I have to tell that to Karasu. A good contact of mine got burned because journalists apparently have not been great with interviewing children. And now the org that I've been working with have made it stricter. Well, happens. Dr. Jean, not reading enough before entering a debate, but yeah, joyful personality though. Vladimir, missiles are going to be a little bit later. Don't you worry, Lucy. Good stream. Thank you, Vladimir. Yeah. I finished an article, actually, about interviewing people that have survived their building being hit by a missile. So that's good. The fact that I finished the article is good, not the other thing. Well, let's continue.
What I've seen of King Critical.
I wonder what the discussion of President Sandy with Aiko was. Should I watch it on stream? Also, Aiko should put some timestamps on her videos. I don't have to navigate for 10 minutes trying to find the content I want in for 6 hour wide. Or release segments or something. That's also an option. You can release segments. Ones that break through the 1K viewer barrier. She used to.
When I watched Chud Logic soy nod to his ContraPoints' AGP video.
But yes.
He like won't even entertain a gender sex distinction whatsoever.
As much like with me, she's dedicated multiple hours to criticizing him.
Oh. I've dedicated more time to criticizing Chud Logic than Aiko rules. Although I've criticized Chud Logic for many different things than just the trans-related takes, so maybe that's what padded out my Chud Logic time. And then we talk.
I'm unsure if this runs deeper than just accusations of transphobia, but I do question which trans
Chud
people...
Logic is a transphobe. What can I say? I would not accuse Chud Logic of being a transphobe if he was not one. I mean, he very, very multiple times he has called trans women men.
were asking her to talk about him or what she thinks she's achieving.
Oh yeah, Chud Logic is also a racist. I forgot that that's true.
Chud has somewhat gender critical views and makes trans jokes.
No, Chud Logic does not have just kind of gender critical views. He calls trans women men. Come on.
Times. Who cares?
AGP, 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 AGP.
I mean, considering that his platform is not that small, Chud Logic does have a pretty big following. And we live in a world currently where trans people are the number one target of bigotry. I would say that, I don't know, somebody should care a little bit. I would say that it's worth caring a little bit.
Hey.
There's a telling point on Aiko's ignorance of gender critical when she suggests King Critical believes sex and gender are the same.
King Critical rejects the sex gender distinction.
This doesn't make any sense. Gender criticals don't necessarily believe sex and gender are the same. This is usually a conservative viewpoint, and King Critical isn't a conservative.
Isn't he? Isn't King Critical a conservative? I don't even know what King Critical's beliefs are, to be honest. I don't know where King Critical is politically. Feels like a conservative to me, to be honest. Karaso Kafka says it runs deeper. Chad directly has been spreading anti-Roma and traveler rhetoric, and Aiko has been critical of Charo. Yeah, that's true. He is. I was supposed to debate him on that, on the traveler thing. Socialist. He also more on that defends ICE going out of his territorial jurisdiction and appointing themselves judge, jury. Oh yeah, he also defended ICE. I forgot that he also did a whole debate about the shootings by ICE. King Critical leans left politically on what issues? So, what issues does he lean left wing politically on? King Critical is very anti-Semitic, apparently. Oh. And religious, apparently. Oh. I guess he would not like me. Dr. Jones says, go easy on Child Logic. He was groomed into sexting with a trans person. Now true.
Gender criticals believe sex and gender shouldn't be conflated. Your sex is immutable and can't be overridden by gender identity or adherence to stereotypes or whatever.
Okay. But they also say that all of society should be organized around sex, around reproduction, which is kind of silly. Yes, Vladimir's username is ironic. Yes, it is sarcastic name.
Often gender criticals will be gender abolitionists to at least some degree. You sort of have to see gender as a distinct thing in order to have that position. Aiko is quick to slap the TERF label on people who disagree with her, but doesn't seem to understand.
A lot of gender criticals are not gender abolitionists. They just don't believe that it's a real thing. You just think that there's sex and that all of society should be basically organized around reproductive function, which is silly to me.
The acronym. TERF is rooted in radical feminism, which sees gender roles and so forth as a vector of patriarchy. And to a TERF, the resulting oppression is specific to female people. None of this
Female, I don't like these terms. Female people, male people.
is the same as saying sex and gender are the same thing. If you don't understand things as basic as this, you probably just shouldn't talk about this issue.
Crayon wannabe, no you don't. I'm a gender abolitionist and I believe sex and gender are the same.
But eventually we do just get a confession that Aiko is coattail riding Sunday.
I like watching people who know what they're talking about talk about. Because I've thought about a lot of these things, but I have no idea what, I have no idea about like actual philosophy and stuff.
Someone else did the legwork and she's just here to agree with everything he says. It's almost annoying in a way, you know? Most people at least try to pretend they're not lazy. Aiko is too lazy even for that. Why pretend to care about something you don't that really doesn't affect your life? I respect the hustle of making a living sitting around basically doing nothing, but was there really no other subject you could be grifting off of? And even if the laziness was overt, and it's more just some kind of girlfriend experience hangout thing where providing input isn't really the point, and we're just doing
Girlfriend experience.
some kind of watch party for whatever the host puts on, I guess maybe I could accept that and just move on, safe in the understanding I'm not the target audience for this because her personality doesn't appeal to me, and at that point that's all that matters. But this is someone who has been running around, calling me a TERF and all kinds of other things.
It does affect her though. Also, wow, misogyny alert.
Trying to get other creators like Lucy Hayes and Sunday himself to be
Whoa, I am here. This is me.
her personal army and watch some horrendously offensive video I made months ago due to a searing hate.
Hello, Polyphonica. Lucy burning the Aking bridge too? I'm not burning any bridges, okay? I've not burned a single bridge, okay? If anything, bridges have been burned with me, okay? I've been banned from the server, not the other way around. I haven't banned anybody. I haven't done anything to anybody. I've been banned, okay? Karasu says, I mean, Mary's arguments are turf related, straight up. That is true.
Hatred of me that I still don't really know the origin of. This is someone I've debated on trans issues. In that debate, she
You can be trans and turf. Look at Black Angel. Yeah, you can. You can, of course you can.
castigated me for not showing enough of my research in one React slop video, a criticism which I accepted. And she doesn't prepare or research shit when it's her turn.
Origin? Origin is not a thing. Origin is a person. Okay, that was a joke that nobody will get. Okay.
She doesn't know anything. She's just copying someone else's homework whilst pretending to be in any way interested in the overarching subject matter, because she can use transphobia to beat people over the head with. And I guess it's fine because she's riding the coattails of a person who is letting her. Anyway, I guess even Sunday has his limits, because eventually he calls in. This conversation was actually posted.
Okay, should I watch this conversation? I'm actually interested in this conversation, but it's quite long, actually, I think.
standalone video, and it's very telling that none of the reaction before or after was included. It's framed as a discussion on gender, but really it's a man giving a lecture on the basics of Judith Butler to a bewildered novice for 50 minutes.
Sorry, what?
Man giving a lecture is included. It's framed as a discussion on gender, but really it's a man giving a lecture on the basics of Judith Butler to a bewildered novice for 50 minutes. I'm getting similar vibes as to when Edge of the Matrix filmed Kelly J. Keane arguing with someone in the street, uploading it as if he deserved any credit for the content and reaping the rewards.
When I was in Newcastle, I filmed an exchange between myself and a wide-eyed nut job, and somebody else filmed it. I had fewer views for my own video than somebody filming me.
I mean, I don't know. I don't accept this premise that people that are not trans cannot discuss trans issues. I don't accept this premise. I have no issue with President Sunday and Aiko discussing trans issues or gender theory or whatever else. That is not what I'm saying? Oh, well, okay. But I still don't accept that premise from whoever makes it. You're saying that Aiko is just not bad enough on the subject? I mean, some people have severe ADHD, which is ADHD in Polish, which makes it difficult for them to read, I guess. Hello, Incook, by the way. I don't know. I feel it's fine for President Sunday to educate Icon trans issues. God knows President Sunday knows more about trans issues than Ukraine. Okay, sorry, I apologize. That was low. That was a low blow. Did you see what Hexet said? No. What did he say? Did he say something weird again? Did Hexet say something weird again?
Back to Sunday's main point about Alec. On the face of it, you could level the same criticism of me too. I haven't read Judith Butler. But it's a bit different for me. The criticism of Alec and what Aiko needs to hear
Oh, wait,
as well,
Marichu has not
no
read
reading...
Judith Butler? Well, then opinion dismissed, I'm sorry. It's over. It's over. It's over. We're done here then. Okay, I see. Okay. It's over. Oh, what? No way. Mary has weird takes on Butler. Wait, how can Mary have any takes on Judith Butler? She has not read Judith Butler. DUI in chief is yapping again. I will have to do some politics today as well. I will have to do some political commentary as well today.
Has been done to inform their positions before making assertions about trans people, and it's unclear what else is filling the gap. I don't even necessarily need to read Judith Butler to inform my perspectives on trans, because I've lived this way for well over a decade. So rather than philosophy, my main angle here is lived experience, and everything else is supplementary. When you're cis, you can't have that same framework as someone who is trans, so you need something else, and Judith Butler books or philosophy in general are an option. More than anything, you can come to your own conclusions as to how you conceive gender, it just depends on whether that conclusion makes any sense. It's not like Judith Butler is the god of gender or anything. But then, people like Aiko aren't exactly putting the work
I'm the god of gender.
in required to come up with their own theories.
The worldly blockade.
And the attempts we see of this in her stream are underwhelming for how opinionated she is.
Gender identity versus gender expression versus gender perception. True. I don't know what anything is or what it's called, so I like when people tell me what that is.
And hey, I'll stick up for Alec a bit here. He tried to explain that he just comes at this from a very different direction, which is in the context of his job as a nurse. It's pretty clear he wasn't able to express this in a way that satisfied Sunday.
Mary, your views of gender makes no sense. Just saying, says Karasukavka.
I can respect this, I'm willing to accept that maybe there's more to his own perspective than we got to see. and his issue was more his ability to express this in the moment, as he was finding Sunday overbearing. There is never just one road to enlightenment. I've also discussed trans issues with Alec more than once, and I have plenty of criticism for him too.
I mean, President Sunday has acknowledged that the conversation with Alec Gunter has not went ideally. So I don't know. Maybe they will one day talk again, and then maybe it'll go better. But he did acknowledge that it was not an ideal conversation. Yeah, but Socialix is a big Nietzsche enthusiast. Chief Nietzschean in the house.
But I do get the impression he's at least trying, and his more positive attitude towards people's intentions is admirable in a world full of vapid cynicism.
You have to prove that you are this category of gender.
I'm also a vapid cynicist.
So that we can, make you do stuff accordingly.
Anyway, in any other context, Sunday would have titled his version of the standalone ICO discussion video something like, "Leftist refuses to read even one book." Oh wait.
Leftist refuses to read even one book. I mean, I've read at least one book called... Okay, I have not read that one. I have not read The Little Engine That Could. But it is one book that is worth reading.
But I guess because she's allowing him to lecture her and isn't pushing back, or because they're already friends, it's fine?
I'm reading about Korczak right now. I'm reading his diaries and I'm reading a book about him. Did you know that Janusz Korczak, the famous doctor that chose to die with the children in the ghetto instead of being rescued from the ghetto, was also a veteran of the Russia-Japan War as a field medic, as well as World War I as a field medic, as well as the Polish Bolshevik War, I believe also as a medic. That's interesting, right? Very interesting person, Korczak. I have to make this mini essay on him. Very, very interesting person. Light novels. Polyphonica only reads light novels.
It's interesting to hear his different reactions to two equally uneducated people. Aiko does the audio version of nodding along disinterestedly. She's here to join what she sees as the winning team. She more seems to want to unlock the secret.
If people were with the person that is on the winning team, then I'd have like 10,000 viewers right now, okay? If people were really on the winning team thing.
Secret weapon to destroying King Critical's arguments, and to a certain extent Alec Gunter's too. But there isn't one here, it's mostly just groundwork. To be fair to Sunday though, the kind of points he builds to in this conversation are things I agree with. I'm not a full-on gender abolitionist, but I do think societal expectations of men and women, gender roles, etc., should be lessened as much as possible. There are very few things that necessarily should, or can, only be done by a person of one sex or the other. I would say I'm not sure why we needed 50 minutes to get to quite basic conclusions, but that's probably more an issue with the student than the teacher. I can at least respect Sunday as someone whose viewers come to him largely for his interpretations on things he actually bothered to put the time in to learn. But the conversation ends, and Aiko is now armed with the knowledge required to give an actual insightful
Unless it's Ukraine. Cough.
analysis on the conversation.
Crayon wannabe. So what are the things that can only be done by one sex? I don't know. Give birth or inseminate, I guess. Technically speaking. But it gets more complicated. I don't know. I don't know. That's also not true. I said it gets more complicated. Come on. I'm also an uneducated adult.
Between Sunday and Alec this time. He's confident now. The pace picks up.
If I didn't have to worry about rent so much, then I would have more calmness of mind to read and be smarter. So consider donating or subscribing so that I can get there.
Dramatically from before her pep talk. So, of course, it just devolves into mindless Alex snark. If the team sports aspect hadn't been solidified already, now it has. Seriously, we get to the point where Aiko can't identify an obvious joke Alec made.
We're not on the second channel, we're on the main channel.
Yeah, but you put
Oh no, it's not about buying or not buying the books. It's about me having the peace of mind to be able to read the downloaded book.
me on the second channel before. I'm main channel.
No, I put all segments on the second channel.
Okay, never mind.
I try not to do drama on the main
I did
channel.
get a little insecure about that.
I feel like the second channel is, I feel like it's okay to the second channel thing. I think it's actually really nice, the second channel thing, because the second channel is for the editor to help the editor make money. So I don't like discipline. I mean, I do, but that's not the main issue. What is not a joke? Wait, what is not a joke?
That one, sorry.
That's okay. I wasn't trying to
Oh my
slight you.
God.
Like the reason why I have
He got insecure because Sunday put their talk on.
What Alex said about being insecure about the second channel. I mean, I don't think it's really insulting to be put on that second channel. That second channel is designed to allow his editor to make money, which is pretty cool. You know, he has a whole other channel for segments, and the editor makes all the money from those segments. I don't know. That's pretty cool. I think that's pretty nice. So I don't think it's insulting to be put on that second channel.
The second channel?
That's how you know it's over. Pick a side, everything your side says is good, everything the other side says is bad. It's pretty transparent.
This is him being extreme.
Dr. Jones, Lucy doesn't even credit me whenever I am on and you don't hear me complaining. What do you mean? I credit you all the time, non-stop. What do you mean? You have a whole song dedicated to you. What do you mean you have no credit? God, give a finger and they're gonna want your whole, I don't know.
He is extremely.
Crayon Wannabe says, nah, man, Gunter was embarrassing in that talk. Sunday was a bit of an ass, but no more than usual. Ash Shadow, Gray, Sunday doesn't think that counts, but the reasons he gives don't make sense. And I feel like he only thinks that because he doesn't know people who go audio. Look at me, Lucy, I'm the captain now. Shakespeare. Yeah.
Nice and accommodating, and he's like trying to not talk down to him.
Sadly for Aiko, snarking Alec Gunter is long past its sell-by date. I made fun of him for that Jubilee debate as much as the next person. But how many years ago was that?
I never made fun of poor Alec Gunter for the Jubilee something thing. Don't be a bigot against Alec. Don't be a racist against Alec Gunter. Okay? Alec Gunter was very nice to me.
By now. This content really is the pits. Aiko doesn't actually claim trans ally status, so maybe followers of hers would tell me my labeling of her this way is erroneous. To that I say, cis saviorism isn't a self-ID category. It's a mindset to be interpreted
Wait, who is ableist?
by others based on your actions. And when you've been trans for a long time, you get an instinct for insincere pandering. You can't seriously pretend that it's just out of intellectual interest when you're swooping in to save us pathetic transers from moderately successful YouTube personalities making
Yeah, moderately successful, bigoted personalities. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm gonna criticize the moderately successful bigots.
AGP jokes or Logic Lord videos about trans identity. You want to feel like a good person, and in Aiko's case, with as little effort as possible.
Sunday Jebus, he thinks listening to an audiobook doesn't count as having read the book. You're a kid. No, that's not that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Does he really? I don't know. That's impossible. Does President Sunday really think that listening to an audiobook does not count as reading a book? I don't believe that. I would have to hear that from his own mouth. Really? That's impossible. No. Really? That doesn't sound right.
Well, trans people don't exist for you to use to feel good about yourself. I would strongly suggest to people like Aiko that you should just find something else to talk.
I feel like I should debate him on that, actually. That's a thing that I would debate him on. I swear I've heard him say that, but I guess it's possible I misinterpreted. Now I have two subjects to talk to him about, I guess. Ukraine and audiobooks. What's wrong with listening to audiobooks? Damn.
Talk about. And if you actually do care about trans people,
Karasukapka says no. He says it depends. No, he says it depends on the audiobook and the way you listen. So his position is not that. Okay, fair. I knew that wasn't possible. I knew it wasn't possible that he just said that listening to audiobook means that you have not read a book. I knew that wasn't possible. That's just... I will say that if you treat the book as a background thing and do something else, then there is a possibility that you will not absorb any of it. I will say that. Dr. John, something about not absorbing the info properly or something. Yeah, there's a risk of that, depending on how you listen, yeah. He agrees that audiobook is good for those who struggle to read, but audiobooks can make it hard to make notes. It can, but they can make it actually also easier to make notes because you can pause and take notes in your notebook. Which, by the way, President Sunday commits the cardinal sin that has been beaten out of me when I was a child. Like, it has been beaten out of me to never read, never write on books, never scribble on books, never write anything on books. Okay, that has been beaten out of me. Hello, Slop Lucy. Hello, Simon Pierre Dubé. And also my father gave me, because there's this conversation about cracking the books, right? Cracking the books when you open them. But my father, because my father was the one who beat writing on books out of me, would just tell me to open them like this. My father would tell me to open the book like this and just squint and read and not to damage the spine, okay? Yes. There you go. He says that audiobooks move too fast. It's more passive, so you don't observe it, and it's hard to take notes. I mean, that is fair. Okay, depending on how much you focus on the audiobook, that can be very fair to say. I don't have a problem with that criticism of audiobooks. Yeah, that's fair. I have to read the chat. The active listening. Yeah, I cannot with scribbling on books, taking notes on books. Okay, buy a notebook. Notebooks are for notes, not books. Books can be expensive to understand to that to an extent, not writing in them directly. Yeah. Get a notebook, okay? Notebooks are for notes, not books. Yeah, that's true. Okay, we stopped talking about marriage and started talking about audiobooks. Let's finish this video.
Deep down, there are two things you can do. First off, you need to let us speak for ourselves and accept the diverse nature of what is spoken instead of shaming those of us who don't talk about our issues in a way that you prefer. Second, stop being a trans ally and just try being a friend to some trans people. That's all that's required of you. And if you insist on doing what you're doing anyway, put down the pendulum and put some effort in. At least show the subject the respect it deserves instead of using it as a vector for you to clout shark your friends. Thanks for watching.
I like clout sharking my friends. Vladimir, wait a minute, Lucy. Are you a trans person? Sorry, somehow I didn't notice that right up until this moment. Buckle up. True, thank you, Vladimir. I've been told that a book is not like a woman. You can open it wide. Gonna love. What? I'm sorry? A book is not like a woman. You cannot scribble on it. Buckle up. Okay, I'm gonna buckle up. Vladimir always gives me good videos, so I'm gonna watch. Love you too, Gray. Thanks for watching. Thank you. The marriage to life. We're gonna have to have that conversation soon. Trans ally audit. Sorry, I'm sorry that it changed it from commenting on your video to talking about audiobooks. But I'm passionate about the subject. Ironic, Mary did not accept diversity because if an opinion does not agree with her, as we've seen with trans activists, she will label them a man. That is true. We'll probably touch upon that in our discussion.
In October 2024, nearly half of Trump's campaign ad spending went to...
Uh-oh. A sick reason why the right is so fascinated with trans people. Uh-oh. Karasus said it's quite cowardly to hide behind empty gestures to diversity when not practicing it. That's true.
In October 2024, nearly half of Trump's campaign ad spending went to...
Also, I will add this to the diversity thing. Wanting and not wanting to give people rights is not diversity. Okay, that's not diversity. Wanting versus not wanting to give people basic rights. This is AI, isn't
it? Anti-trans messaging.
Dangerously informed with EV. 141,000 subscribers. Now I can get behind this person to get clout and shout and clout and blout.
In October 2024, nearly half of Trump's campaign ad spending went to anti-trans messaging. Not inflation, not healthcare, not immigration. Trans people.
Of course, 1% of people in the United States is the most important target of discussion. Of course, the most important topic.
That make up less than 1% of the US population. Think about that. With the economy in crisis, housing costs skyrocketing, and healthcare still broken, Republicans decided the biggest threat to America was a teenager getting puberty blockers.
True. That is true. What else will happen? Well, also gay marriage, but that's later down the line on the agenda. Even less now. That's the wrong 1%.
Trump even ran ads claiming Kamala Harris wanted taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens.
True. Actually, that's why illegal aliens, quote unquote, come to the United States to get that sex change. All undocumented immigrants go to the US because they want a sex change for free and an apartment, apparently, and a villa and a bag of money. Those are the things that undocumented immigrants want in that order: sex change, apartment, and a bag of money. Shakespeare says, I mean, Jewish people are 2% of the US population and no one ever shuts up about us. True. How many percent of the US population are Muslim, by the way? Because it seems like people don't shut up about people who are Muslim either. Simon Pierre Dubai, I'm cis and I want gay marriage. Still colorful and has good food. I do love good food. God, I love good food. Good food is good. I have to go shopping in the morning.
With the line
1%, give or take. People are Muslim. Oh.
Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you. Polls showed transgender rights marked dead last.
I mean, not for me because I'm trans and I'm also not American, but definitely not for you if you're trans. Shakespeare says, I mean, Jewish people are even smaller percent of the Mexican population, but we are hardly talked about here.
List of priorities. The public wasn't asking for this fight. So why did Republicans make it the centerpiece of their campaign? That's what we're going to unpack.
Because it's the most acceptable target to attack. Trans people are the most acceptable target to attack. Or so the far right feels. That is my answer to this. It's the most acceptable distraction currently from actual issues. Trans people. It's the easiest group to fearmonger against currently.
Today, why the right is so obsessed with trans people and what that obsession really tells us. Part 1. Turning 1% into a political weapon. So, why trans people? What did they ever do? Because politically, it's efficient. Trans people make up less than 1% of the population, but symbolically, they can be turned into stand-ins for everything conservatives dislike.
Exactly. That is a good point. And also, even though trans people are 1% of the population, most people don't know that, and a lot of people just lie about how many trans people actually there are. Like, people who hate trans people will make up some crazy numbers of trans people that exist. Millions of children going on puberty blockers and etc. That also happened. Suddenly from 1%, trans people turn into 20% or more of the population. There's an explosion of trans people in society, apparently. I've heard those arguments.
Feminism, science, queerness, liberalism. The GOP has advanced dozens of...
Matt Walsh said 10% at one time. That would be 30 million. Yeah, exactly.
Anti-transgender laws, even as poll...
Actually, if trans people were 10% of the population or 30 million, then instead of attacking them, a lot of politicians would pander to them, actually, for their votes.
Polling shows the American public, including many Republicans, support expanding LGBTQ+ rights. That gap is the point. This isn't about reflecting public will. It's about creating a symbolic enemy that can fire up the base without alienating most voters.
Social contagion, yeah, exactly.
And because most people don't know the details of gender-affirming care, the right can fill that vacuum with fear.
On day one of my administration, I signed an executive order to slash federal funding for any school that pushes transgender insanity on.
Yeah, transgender for everyone. That was the slogan. Trump stopped transgender for everybody. He says that. He said that on multiple occasions. He actually said that when talking about ending wars as well, that he stopped transgender for everybody.
Part 2. When did this start? We can trace 3 important waves. Bathrooms, 2015-2016.
The bathroom discussion is so stupid and disgusting. That just the segregation of bathrooms.
Caitlyn Jenner were to walk into Trump Tower and want to use the bathroom, you would be fine with her using any bathroom she chooses.
That is correct.
After marriage equality
Whoops, well, that's changed.
in 2015, the religious right needed a new rallying cry. By 2016, there were 44 anti-trans bills in 16 states, double the year before, mostly about bathrooms and sports.
Well, first of all, the bathroom law, as it said, only applies to government buildings, our schools and our universities and highway rest stops.
Trump's federal turn.
I think the sports thing is stupid, but the bathroom thing is even stupider. Crayon Wannabe says, okay, you're talking about Mexico.
2017, 2018. In 2017, Trump banned trans people from the military.
Yeah, that was the first. But believe it or not, the first ban of trans people from the military was apparently much lighter than the one that is enacted now. The first ban from the military was there to create a database of trans people in the military, because in the first ban, you could stay if you presented evidence of dysphoria, I believe, or something like that. And that created a database of trans people in the military. And now, based on that database, trans people are just thrown out of the military.
Move civil rights groups called mean-spirited and discriminatory.
To ensure that we have the most lethal fighting force in the world, we will get transgender ideology the hell out of our military. It's going to be...
What does being trans have to do with an army being lethal or not? Nothing. The answer is nothing. Being trans has nothing to do with the military being lethal or not. It's a complete non sequitur. It's completely unrelated.
By 2018, the New York Times reported the administration was drafting a definition of sex as either male or...
Yeah, it super matters if a drone operator is trans or not. Yeah, that makes all the difference.
female, unchangeable, and determined by the genitals a person is born with. That definition, the Times warned, would essentially eradicate federal recognition of trans people, essentially legislating them out of existence. Healthcare bans, 2020 onward. Bathroom bills fizzled in court, so the right pivoted. By 2020, healthcare bans took over bathrooms as the most common bills. In 2023 and 2024, the numbers exploded. The fourth and fifth consecutive...
This is a good video. This is quite a comprehensive video.
Record-breaking years for anti-trans legislation.
On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. A process that includes giving kids puberty blockers, mutating their physical appearance.
Mutating their physical appearance. God damn, Trump does not know what puberty blockers are. The puberty blockers that famously mutate people's physical appearance. Yeah, that's how that works. That is exactly how those work. They mutate you beyond recognition, like mutagen in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
And ultimately performing surgery on minor children.
So this wasn't organic outrage. It was a carefully
Yeah, of course it's all manufactured outrage. Of course, transphobia is a manufactured. Of course it does not happen organically. Because a lot of people have never met a trans person in their life. Of course it has to be manufactured. Of course it has to be drummed up.
Sequenced shift from bathrooms to the military to healthcare. Each wave built new infrastructure and talking points. Part 3. Weaponizing fear for fun and votes. Trans people hit every
More for votes than for fun.
hot button. Protect the children. Conservatives sell the idea that kids are being rushed.
Even though conservatives are very strongly in favor of child marriage, just so you know.
Into dangerous surgeries. In reality, surgeries for minors are vanishingly rare. Most care is counseling and puberty blockers, which have been FDA approved for decades. But fear works better than facts. Save women's sports.
I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
Bathroom panic.
Which should not affect trans women because trans women are not men.
Morphed into protect girls in sports. These bills pretend to defend cisgender women, but in practice they police femininity. Black and athletic cis girls are targeted too. It's not
Of course. That's been always the case. There's also racist policies while we're at it. Since black cis women are targeted, it's just racist. It's just racist policy.
It's control.
And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body.
Copy-paste legislation. Each bill becomes a model for the next. From school policies to ID documents to healthcare bans, the template spreads. That's why you see nearly identical language popping up across dozens of states.
Or even around the world, for that matter, because bigots tend to coalesce, bigots tend to cooperate internationally. Unfortunately, one bigoted trend tends to find its way to another country, especially when it's the US, you know, the quite uninfluential country, the United States. Although sometimes it goes the other way around. A lot of bad things went from Hungary, for example, to the United States.
And as historian Randall Balmer put it, they have an interest in keeping the base riled up. It's become a kind of marker. Part 4. The porn connection. Desire to cruelty pipeline. Here's some hypocrisy. Trans people are among the most searched categories in online pornography, especially in conservative states. Desire exists, but instead of sparking acceptance, it often curdles into rage. Researchers call this the desire to cruelty pipeline. It works like this. Private fascination becomes public disgust. People project their own desires outward, reframed as a threat to children or morality. That energy is then weaponized by political actors who turn it into policy. The shame fuels the panic, and the panic justifies the cruelty. You can see it in the ads. America First Legal ran a radio spot warning, the Biden administration is pushing radical gender experiments on children. They want boys in our daughters' bathrooms and sports teams. American Principles
What the fuck?
Project aired another TV ad, flashing the book Gender Queer and calling it pornography. This is the kind of literature that Gretchen Whitmer wants your kids exposed to.
I never had this when I was growing up. I went to public school in Florida. I never had.
Oh God, my condolences. You went to public school in Florida. God, Florida.
Saw where you'd have pornographic materials in middle school libraries. Where is this coming from?
And by 2023, lawmakers were pushing performance bans so broad, as one report noted.
Florida. Polifonica says that's why I hate when people trivialize trans rights in the US, because other people have it worse, because imperialism can export bigotry. Yeah.
The language could even sweep up Shakespeare. That's the cruelty pipeline in action. Erotic interest becomes shame. Shame becomes panic. Panic becomes law. And once you cast trans people as...
Child Logic went through that cycle, by the way, with the whole grooming by trans person. I suppose Child Logic is a prime example of going through that cycle. Desire to hate.
As objects of both desire and disgust, the political machinery never runs out of fuel. Part 5. Scripture, science, and copy-paste laws. None of this popped up spontaneously. There are two pipelines at work here too: policy and propaganda. Policy. Yeah. Conservative legal groups like Alliance Defending Freedom and Heritage Foundation have been drafting model bills since 2018. Fringe medical groups like the American
Hundreds of bills, by the way, hundreds of them.
College of Pediatricians.
A lot of bills.
Designated as a hate group by the SPLC, by the way, supplied pseudoscience. By 2020, they'd shifted from bathrooms to healthcare bans because polling showed it had more traction.
Nobody cares about bathrooms. What a surprising thing. And now you can fearmonger about children's surgeries.
Copy-paste quality is obvious. An Indiana bill declared sex and gender mean the biological classification of male and female present at birth without regard to an individual's psychological, chosen, or subjective experience. A West Virginia resolution went even further, citing theology. There are only two biological sexes, male and female, and these have been the case since the beginning of human history as described in the Bible.
Men and women different and unique. I will ask Congress to pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female.
Male and female are not genders, though.
And they are assigned at birth.
So what you're looking at there is not policy debate, that's scripture as statute. Separation of church and state. Anybody? Groups like Do No Harm emerged to give these bills a veneer
Yes, they are, Lucy.
of medical authority, even though...
I mean, not really. Like, men and female are... men and male are separate words, no?
though their positions contradict every major
gendered bodies. I mean, I can accept that, but it's in English they're used interchangeably. I mean, yes and no.
Medical Association, propaganda. After Dobbs, right-wing PACs redirected millions into anti-trans advertisements. They blanketed Spanish language and black radio, hammered TV spots about bathrooms and dangerous drugs, and pushed groomer conspiracies. It was saturation marketing. The point wasn't persuasion, it was panic. Executive power. By 2025, Trump's second administration layered on executive orders, keeping men out of women's sport, protecting children from chemical and surgical mutilation, eradicating anti-Christian bias. One order described pediatric transition care as chemical and surgical mutilation of children and dismissed TATH standards as junk science. That rhetoric justified subpoenas for hospital records and funding freezes. So the ideas came from somewhere very deliberate. Legal networks, religious think tanks, and political marketing machines all coordinated. Part 6. Is this about political control? Absolutely. Once you define sex in law as immutable, you hand the state a master key.
Yeah, but that is you basically just shut down trans healthcare once you say sex is an immutable trait.
Key. Suddenly, it can dictate bathrooms, IDs, healthcare, sports, even whether someone exists in the eyes of the law.
As of today,
yeah,
it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
That's why the 2018 plan to redefine sex as either male or female.
Also, how does that apply to non-binary people? If sex and gender are exactly the same, then how does that apply to non-binary people? I haven't read Butter, so I'm not allowed to comment on trans issues. True, Dr. Jones.
Unchangeable and determined by the genitals a person
Maya Meyer says, fuck me, I guess. Oh, come on, Maya Meyer. Don't. It's not time and place, Maya Meyer. Time and place for everything.
is born with mattered so.
You're non-binary. This is not an issue that admitting sex and gender are the same. They're non-binary. This is not an issue that admitting sex and gender are the same. So, is a non-binary person neither male or female?
Much. As the New York Times reported, it would essentially eradicate federal recognition of trans people. So this is a planned bureaucratic erasure. And history shows this kind of machinery never stays contained. Jim Crow laws used race categories to control daily life. Anti-sodomy laws policed queer people. COINTELPRO used surveillance to crush black, feminist, and queer movements. Immigration enforcement still weaponizes paperwork.
Male and female are constructs which refer to what men and women look like biologically, respectively. But it doesn't, though, because male and female are not just terms that are human exclusive, right? There's no dog man and dog woman, or cat man or cat woman. I mean, there is a in comics, by
and ID checks. The pattern is clear. Once the state builds the legal scaffolding to regulate identity, it
people call their cats, but you never call your pet man and woman. Yeah, but you're saying that it's the reverse. You're saying that sex, male and female, are constructs which refer to what a man and woman look like. But oftentimes you don't know if a dog is male or female before you see their genitals, basically. Like there were people that were not sure if Fido was a boy, quote unquote, or a girl. Because Fido is cute. So Fido could pass as a girl.
really stops at one group.
I mean, if they reference each other, then that means that they're not the same thing, no? Because if they were the same thing, that they would not reference each other. They're just the same thing. I've literally witnessed countless times people be more apologetic about misgendering animals than trans people. Yeah, but Judith Butler does not even talk about trans issues per se. What if I read Judith Butler and I disagree with Judith Butler?
So when Republicans
That is
frame
fair.
it as protecting the kids or fairness in sports, don't buy it. The real project is control, and once that power exists, it spreads. Part 7, the authoritarian connection. Authoritarian movements pretty much always start by targeting a vulnerable minority. If the state can regulate trans people's bathroom experiences or healthcare, it proves it can reach into private life. Anti-trans bills aren't a distraction from real politics. They are the politics. By criminalizing care, censoring teachers, and surveilling students, these laws build capacity for oppression, and they rarely come alone. Abortion bans, book bans, and anti-woke crackdowns march right alongside. It's the same muscle of control flexed across different targets.
That's true.
And once that muscle is strong, it doesn't stop. Today it's trans kids. Tomorrow might be women, immigrants, or anyone outside the dominant mold. That's why dismissing this as a culture war misses the point, in my opinion. Culture wars are the scaffolding authoritarians climb to seize and consolidate power. Part 8.
I'm not gonna disagree with this.
Religion isn't just background here. It's the glue. West Virginia literally wrote the Bible into
West Virginia, damn. So disappointed in West Virginia.
its resolution. These have been the case since the beginning of
Gray Wannabe says, although I have only ever experienced people making the gender sex distinction irrelevant to misgender me because I'm really a female, I can go over there with the woman where you belong. That is true. That is true. That is how people use that distinction.
human history as described in the Bible. So that's about way more than gender. It's about restoring a white Christian nationalist order where men and women have rigid complementary roles. Trans existence undermines that by proving gender can be lived differently. And because religion mobilizes voters, leaders keep the panic hot. Bowman nailed it. They have an interest in keeping the base riled up. It's become kind of a marker. That's why you see executive orders titled Eradicating Anti-Christian Bias alongside bans on healthcare. The fight is framed not just as policy, but as a holy war. It was never about trans people. So why are the right obsessed with trans people? Because
it's easy to attack trans people, quite frankly.
trans people are the perfect political Swiss Army knife. They're a tiny minority who can be painted as an existential threat. They can
And also the numbers are always bloated. There are always millions of trans people. Billions.
rally evangelicals, distract swing voters, justify authoritarian tools, and link conservative grievances to religious missions. But it was never about trans kids or fairness or sports.
Of
It's
course.
about
Conservatives don't care about women's sports. They privately laugh at women's sports. Of course.
power. The obsession is a feature, not a bug. And if you want to understand the Republican descent into madness, follow the trail. Bathrooms in 2016, bans in 2017, definitions in 2018,
Open. Yeah.
healthcare in 2020, executive orders in 2025. They're ramping up. But the through line is simple. Control. Control of bodies, control of families, control of knowledge, and control of meaning itself. But there is a bit of a hopeful part. Polling still shows majorities of Americans, including many Republicans, don't support this crusade. They don't really care, they don't really get it. But that does mean that this obsession is
Adrian says, Lucy, if you're an existential threat, you're powerful, surely. That's true.
driven, not people.
I'm super powerful. Gray, you want to be bathrooms in 2015, not just 2016. Started in my home city. I hate the bathroom discussion. It's so silly. Ash 9. It says they're laughing at women's sports even when they're defending women's sports from trans women. Yeah,
driven. Once you see that, you see the truth. The obsession really isn't about trans people at all. It's about how far the right is willing to go to stay in power and who they're willing to sacrifice. If you've made it this far, you probably care about cutting through the noise and getting to the real story, so hit
I do
subscribe.
care about... Oh, I might as well. Whatever. I like this video. I might give it a like and a subscription. There you go. This person has earned my vote. Like, listen to the language they use. It's always pathetic man dominates and destroys the top female athlete. That is true. Lucy, I drank before I showed up to stream. Well, it's good to be hydrated. Dr. Jones says Lucy wants to hog all the bathrooms for herself. That's true. All your bathrooms are belong to me. Alcohol? Well, it's good to stay drunk. Dr. Jones, come on. Play... Dr. Jones, play... Are you home, Dr. Jones? It's time for Resident Evil 6, I think. Also, it's time for our daily... Asmongold content. Okay, it's time for my 1000 views video. This is bigger than you think. Oh, there's the new Avatar movie, by the way, that leaked. Oh, I want to see the new Avatar movie. Oh gosh, I want to see it. My internet keeps going down. Sorry if I say stuff that doesn't match stream. It's okay. As long as you're here. Didn't finish the video. Yes, I did. Come on. Whatever, Dr. Jones. Whatever. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did finish the... Finally, a good remake? A remake of what? What is this a remake of?
Assassin's Creed Black Flag has been announced.
Wait, it got a remake? No way. This is the funniest shit on the internet. Has been having a bad time. Who has been having a bad time?
He's been having a bad time.
Hassan?
He's really been having a bad time lately, huh?
This is just atrocious judgment, and I was glad to see many Democrats going online saying, we don't want this guy as the symbol of our party.
The other thing is just...
No, the Democrats are embracing Hassan. The Democrats are embracing Hassan in a way that the Republicans will never embrace Asmongold, by the way. Maya Mayer says, the people who worked on the Avatar movie got a raw deal, so it gives me more reason to support it. It seems so. It does seem like Black Flag is getting a remake. Blue People Avatar or Airbender Avatar? Airbender Avatar. Avatar, the last Airbender movie has leaked.
I'm sorry, I look at this guy and it's like the thing that sort of made him percolate up outside of his own
It's
entity
true
was the
though.
fact that he was abused.
Is that animated? Yes, it's animated. It's true though. Like I don't think the Republicans will ever embrace Asmongold the way that the Democrats are embracing Hassan. There's no shot. The movie was a disaster. As in the movie is bad, or the movie's production and release was a disaster, because I kind of still want to see it. Emily says, my brother watches Asmongold 24/7 and became a rabid MAGA nut. God, that is sad. That is sad, sad, sad. Oh, there's a new movie. There's a new movie that leaked right now. There's a new movie of Avatar The Last Airbender that was made right now. It's fully animated. Emily, what happened to that Hassan shocking his dog thing? Was that a smear campaign or what? It's a Schrödinger topic. It's a Schrödinger it's a Schrödinger shock thing. Who would wanna be seen next to Roachman? Crayon Wannabe says, oh, disregard that then. I'm sick, I'm a bit out of it. Yeah, it's fine. The live action Avatar movie was very bad. Dr. Jean say they made a new Avatar and it got accidentally leaked to people in Twitter. And yeah, it got leaked. The movie did get leaked. I still want to see it though.
Using his dog on an internet stream.
I get this.
Remember that? Yeah.
He was shock collar.
Yeah,
and the dog.
I get to say,
They all know about it. That's the main dude. How is it that that's the one thing everybody knows you for?
I mean, maybe on Fox, but who gives a fuck about Fox? When was the last time Asmongold was discussed on Fox, for that matter? Like, Asmongold is most known for gum blood on wall, dead rat as alarm clock, and cockroaches. So I'm not sure if I would, like, you know, that's Asmongold's claim to fame.
you're not a fan. We got it, Sandra.
Uh-huh.
To speak any moment now at the White House. We are told that will be about health care. This after a major
That's so funny.
rules on marijuana. We're going to have that for you next.
That's so funny. They had to cut it off. They had to,
yeah.
They had to cut it. That is, for the record, this right here is quite literally the
what is it?
This right here is the straight news coverage. Okay.
What?
This is the second time today. Expect primetime host to follow suit later today. Yeah.
Here's the reason why Collargate matters. And I think a lot of people, nobody's ever really saying this. It matters because it shows that if it's true, it's an indicator of a fundamentally non-American, non-Western value on a very, very deep moral level. The way that a lot of other cultures treat dogs is vastly different than the way American culture treats dogs. Seeing somebody do that to a dog is culture shock. And I think that the reason why it was so viral, I mean, besides the fact that he tried to hide it and cover it up, etc., is that it is like a direct frame indicator that this person is on a very profound level culturally un-American. That's a big reason why. I think it is. It's like Aspen, yeah, different values. And so it reveals the facade. And that's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people talked about it.
Nobody talks about Asmongold, though. Lucy, will you attend Valheim tomorrow? Yes. Base cultural take incoming?
Hassan's not going to like that one? Sure, right? You can say that, and he can say, oh, I love the dog. I think Hassan probably takes good care of the dog, right? I'm not saying he's abusing his dog. I'm not even saying that. But I'm saying that, like, you see that clip, and you see what he's saying. It's obvious how people come to that conclusion. It is. It's obvious. Like, oh, but what about 50 other times like I did this other thing with the dog? They're not seeing that. They didn't see that. It's hard to claim moral superiority. It's wild from the smartest dudes live now. What is this here? No. Palmer Lucky. I know everyone is busy talking about the New York Times interviewer smiling and nodding enthusiastically as Hassan Piker says the murder of Brian Thompson is understandable because he was guilty of social murder, but I want to focus on him electrocuting. He knows, bro. Everybody knows about this. Everybody knows. It's just, yeah. Well, oh yeah, isn't that the guy that...
Okay.
that the guy that shocked his dog? Oh yeah, I remember that. Yes, it's it's his legacy. It is. It's his legacy. Oh my! He posted the meme. Oh no. Oh my fucking god! I abhor my fucking dog. Oh my god. Shocked his dog. The best part is this particular incident inspired people to go back through his streams and find dozens more. The dog just caught its nail on something and all the people disappeared instantly.
Okay, that's okay. It's enough. I'm gonna find a more interesting Hassan video. I've already milked all that I can from this. That's enough. The UK government is evil. From Turkey. That is true. Also, please consider joining the page and helping me with my thing, which is, you know what? You know what my thing is, right? Being able to pay bills and buy food. That's my thing. All right, let's go. He has standards for it. That's true. I have standards. Is there anything interesting? This is embarrassing. Or more Hassan? Alex Jones was right about what? What the fuck? These reviewers should never touch another game. Everyone expected this. Okay, I wanna...
Pragmata, it's making thousands of people suddenly want to start a family. You place Hugh as a soldier stranded on a ruined lunar research station. His job is protecting the childlike android Diana while fighting rogue AI. It's out already? Is it good?
Yes, good.
Isn't this like...
It feels pretty fun. I've played a few seconds of the demo and that felt fun.
Death Stranding, in one emotional moment, she gives him a crayon drawing of the two of them together as a little family. Even streamers who say at the start they didn't want kids end up breaking down happy. And
it's just going to be the same 5 videos as Dr. Jones. What do you mean?
He's not played. No, I watched him play it last night. He played it last night.
So... what's really interesting about this is all of these
How are you going to find a way to get mad? Let's find out.
I'm always losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like if you're a gamer, you should care about things that you actually experience. You should care about things that you actually enjoy, right? If you're a fucking lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never...
What year is this? Like, I mean, I knew Hassan was getting old, but this is really bad. I mean, this is like a...
Isn't Asmongold older than Hassan? Emily, I used to watch Asmongold a little bit when he was not political and just chill. When he played game, when he stayed in his lane.
Comment that like a 60-year-old man would make. I mean, really, oh, you know, you play them video games, you ain't know what a woman is. Not like me. This is like it's an take. It is. This is crazy. How are you not even 40 and you're doing this?
Ever have sex with a woman?
Wait, how old is Asmongold again?
Why do you care? Like, why do you care about having children or like riding for having children? Like, if they change...
Well, because maybe they want...
That is a strange thing for Hassan to say, to be fair. If you've never had sex, you still might want to meet someone and make a family and start a family. That's a weird one from Hassan a bit. Why do you care about having a family if you've never had sex? What? That doesn't feel even related.
Want to, like, I don't know. I feel like, doesn't that make sense though, right? I mean, like, if they would want to have kids, then that doesn't mean that, like, a lot of people that
Dr. Jones says, I mean, I'm not one to comment. I used to watch the quartering. Dr. Jones, oh my god. Hassan is just shit talking, I guess. Dr. Jones, now you have to make amends by playing Resident Evil 6 with me.
that can't get a girlfriend or something like that, I mean, you know, you could say it's their fault, or there's like 50 different reasons why, but a lot of them want to have that lifestyle. They just think that for whatever reason, they're not able to.
Hot Cheetos. If they change the recipe of hot Cheetos, if they change the recipe of, like, I don't know, Dr. Pepper or something, and you fucking freaked out about
Well, speaking of that, if you look at these hot Cheetos, you see, you know the bag, it used to have $1, like the $1 printed on the side here.
Okay.
And remember that? You go to 7-Eleven, you go to Quick Trip, and you see the $1 printed right there on there. Where is it? Where's the $1? Oh, that's right. It's not on there anymore because it's 3. It's fucking ridiculous. No, the reason why we're not talking about hot Cheetos is because the conclusion is already, we've already arrived at the conclusion. And Dr. Pepper? Well, I don't know. Like, so my dad used to always get 4 12-packs of Dr. Pepper for $10. He'd wait for them to go on sale. Now, you get 1 12-pack of Dr. Pepper for $4. Or, sorry, for $10. It's insane.
Your things get more expensive. Welcome to...
I think he's totally wrong about this. We talk about these problems constantly.
Do we?
that makes sense, right? Like, that's precisely what your life is about.
Yeah.
But as far as, like,
just like, you know, he's talking about me, by the way. Like,
wait, what? Why? What? Really?
This entire rant is
Has
just
Asmongold expressed wanting a family recently? Has Asmongold been playing Pragmata and been like, oh man, what I would give to be a dad? I just really want to be a dad, I guess, says Asmongold.
a proxy rant about me. He's thinking about me. He's talking about me. It's entirely...
He fantasizes about me. It's all me. It's all me. It's all about me. The world revolves around me, I guess.
about me.
Dr. John says Asmongold discovers inflation. True.
So just keep all that in mind, okay, guys?
Yeah, keep in mind that it's all about me. It's all about capital M-E, me. Me.
It's very important not
thinking about me.
Forget.
LARPing about
Never forget that it's about me.
Starting families and whatnot.
Right.
This is something that I never understand. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, maybe there's people that want to start a family. They feel like they can't for just, you know, like any reason. Who knows?
Me? Because it's just not something that you're going to experience.
Isn't it crazy that, like, these people in Japan were like, oh, let's make a cute game with, like, a guy that, like, helps this, you know, kid robot. And then, like, these Americans are like, well, I'm not a breeding slave. You can't tell me what to do. Oh, this is destroying the Floyds.
It's not even the argument being made by Hassan. Asmongold used to be a humble dude. I'm not so sure. Let's see, can you end the poll already? No, I will never end the poll, okay? I will never end the poll. Okay, I'm ending the poll. Jesus Christ Almighty. You people are impossible. You people are impossible. Creator ain't ever started one.
The voids can't handle this video game. It's sending them back to factory settings. Oh, what? You think having a kid is like this? What are you? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's an older guy with a young girl. Oh, I know who's into this. Fucking weirdos. Like, really? Imagine what, like...
I will say that the discourse around Pragmata has been weird. This is why I just don't care to read reviews. I don't care about the so-called gaming communities. I don't care about the discourse surrounding games. I just play games and make my own mind about them. I just don't read the discourse, okay? Because the discourse surrounding games is very often very silly. That's the truth. That is the truth. I'm sorry to say, okay? That's the reality of the situation.
Imagine you make something like this, you send it over to North America, the Goyim have gone insane. They've completely gone crazy. I don't know what's happened.
Just wait till you find out about mouse P for higher. Wait, about what?
Ever for your life, for the rest of your life, right?
Yeah.
Till I find about what?
You're just sitting here quietly.
Also, I will say,
okay, what?
Japanese game, putting a child in there.
Polyphonica says, I avoid most media discourse and fandoms. True. It's the healthiest thing to do. Just enjoy the media on your own. Just avoid discourse because it's always silly.
You really had to think about...
It'll make you much happier, okay? Just enjoy your media, enjoy your stuff, and just ignore the discourse.
This is the like...
Dr. Jean says, IGN gave New Boomer Shooter a bad score for stupidest reasons. Oh. What's the reason? What are the reasons? What are the reasons?
Actually the least racist person on this website.
If you say so. If you say so.
It's crazy that I am the least racist person.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
You're playing with fire. Okay?
Why?
Don't get mad at me for saying this, but I feel like any Japanese game you put like a child.
Yeah. And you know those Japanese, they're gonna love it, right? I mean, right?
There are many Japanese games that put children in them. Hassan is weird. Dr. Jean says something about the gameplay being bad. It sounds like a new Cuphead Discord. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, like so true. Cause you know, they're weirdos and shit. They're like little kids. I mean, just say it. Just say, that's clearly what you're implying. That's obviously what you're implying. Just say it. Meanwhile, if I say the same thing about Iran, where they can actually marry kids over there.
You can marry kids in the United States. I'm sorry, glass houses at their best. Child marriage is a thing in the United States. What do you mean?
Oh, no, I'm terrible. Oh, you can't say that. I can't do this. Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Aspen Gold. What the fuck?
Get the fuck out. What are we doing?
Pussy's gonna have so much fun with Resident Evil 7.
It's gonna invite maybe the worst possible.
He's right. Look at this video game and they'll be attracted.
Why was he muted?
the character. That's true. Yep. I think the solution to that, and the thing is, it happens with adult women too. I think the solution to this is to just not have them in video games anymore. Just take them out. Because we shouldn't have young women, right? And then also women that are older, they didn't consent to being sexualized. So I think that the only natural solution to this is that we just remove women from video games, period. And that way, there's no way this could happen. I think that just makes sense, right? Just only guys. Like every game is Gears of War.
A fandom, you know? I know it's not like that. I'm sure the game is not like that, but there will be people who take it like that.
Well, I guess that means there's something wrong with the game. I mean, if there's a weirdo that turned the game into something weird, that means it's the game's fault. And, you know, there's an implicit, you know, guilt with Japan. Like, oh, well, I mean, don't we? We have, listen, no country has a monopoly. Like, Japan has this problem, we have this problem, Iran has this problem, Russia has this problem, China has this problem, Europe has this problem. Everybody has this problem. We all have this problem. So it's just so weird to get mad about this. It really is. 1.2 million views. He seems like a really nice, well-adjusted person. He's actually, like, how do you get this mad over this? It's really impressive. And this
to be fair, Hassan did not actually sound mad at all. To be fair, Hassan did not sound mad about this thing at all, but whatever. I'm cooling the computer because I'm going to play a game at some point. He does not sound mad at all, to be honest.
That's why he's mad? Why is he mad? What is this? An archive post. What is this?
Emily, No Man's Sky is unveiling character model.
For some men, treating hair loss...
Okay.
Come on.
Hello,
Come on, bro. Like, really? Like, oh, no. I mean, I don't know about that. I'm not sure. Other pragmata shit as well. Genuine white supremacists read bio. What? Why is this game, like, why is a grown black woman playing the role of a small white child? I believe in the 14, not the 88. Okay, you don't like Hitler, but you like white supremacy. Okay, got it. I'm just saying, the authentic casting cretins have been real quiet lately. And then, so apparently she was voiced by this black woman?
Okay.
Okay, yearning, sensitive young man. Half-breed. You're calling yourself a half-breed? That's just, I mean, guys, what is this fucking, is this Lord of the Rings? Like, a half-breed, like, oh my God. What is wrong with these people? Like, we need to do something about voting before it gets too out of control. It's very obvious that, you know, something is wrong. Something is very clearly wrong. And
thank you, Asmongold. Thank you for this input. Well, I think I've gotten my 1,000 views video now. I can just title it whatever and get a flock of Asmongold cretins commenting and creating discourse. Asmon is losing his hair or something. Allegedly, Asmongold is losing his hair. All right. More slop. One more slop for the road. One click. Repsion is still alive? Repsion is still a thing? That's still a thing? Okay, let's do one more. I'm no he, she, they. Okay, let's go. This is gonna be the stuff for the road. Repsion creeps me out. It's been so long since I've heard about anything from Repsion. It's just crazy. Okay, let's do this for the one for the road.
Hey guys, Jovan here. And before the video begins, I did want to let you know that
Hello,
for the entire month of
Jovan.
April, I am running a giveaway on the channel.
Hello,
for Nintendo Switch 2.
Jovan.
You'll find the link in the description below. You gotta be 18 and you gotta be from the US. There are tons of ways to get entries. Following me on Twitch, subscribing on Twitch, clicking randomly on my YouTube. And once a week until the end of the month, there will be a secret code hidden in a random video that releases every week. I'm not gonna tell you where the code is, and I'm not gonna tell you what video it's in. You gotta find it. Finding that code will get you 5 extra entries into the giveaway every week. So if you wanna make sure you have the best chance of winning, make sure you subscribe here to my YouTube and hit that notification button so that way you never miss a video. All right, let's get back to the debates, but good luck. Coming up to the show is Bad. Bad is calling in for the who knows what time. Bad, before you say a word, before you say a singular word, we have
I actually remember Bad. I actually remember watching or even covering Bad. So as in covering their debate with Jovan here. So what's gonna happen? This one's short, 18 minutes.
New way we're going to be running this today with you, Bad. Okay.
All right.
Here's the rules here, Bad. You are going to be
Okay.
You are going to be what's going on
A
here?
gender expert.
You're going to be given 10 minutes. I'm also given 10 minutes.
No way.
At the if at the end of that conversation, like at the end of the 10 minutes, you will have no more time to speak. You understand?
Damn. Strict rules.
Does that make sense to you? All right, good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good. Give me 1 second. I gotta make sure this is.
And then now,
hold on.
Let's see. In an hour and a half, would you like to read? Yes. Perfect. That's perfect. In an hour and a half. Can you remind yourself in an hour and a half so that we can start reading? I'm gonna watch this real quick, play a little bit of a game, and then we can do a reading. And this is going to be perfect. Someone should gift Incub a subscription.
Hold on, Bad. I
Who's
just gotta
that?
fix something really quick. I gotta fix something real quick. Bad, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time, Bad. Just letting you know, you're wasting your time.
Yeah, because it's your show. You can disrespect whatever the hell you want. Come
Bad,
on, man.
the time
I
is
was
going.
gonna
You're
ask
wasting
you-
your time, Bad. Just hold on. You're wasting your time. Every time you talk, you waste your time. Don't talk.
Yeah,
I don't want you to lose. I don't want you to lose your time. I don't want you to lose your
I
time,
don't give a
Bad.
fuck about my time. I don't need 10 minutes.
I don't want you to waste your time. Before we begin,
I
Bad,
can remind myself of many things. Perfect. Thank you.
I need your pronouns.
You know I don't have pronouns, bro. And that's disrespectful for you to keep doing that with me when you know I don't do that.
You don't have
And
pronouns.
you
So if somebody
talk
called
about-
you,
Oh,
if somebody
my
called you she, her, would you be
Exactly.
upset? If they said, "This is my friend Bad. She's my baddie, bestie." Would you be upset about that?
No, I wouldn't, but I wouldn't entertain that type of bullshit when it comes from you forcing it upon somebody. Now it's forced.
Oh, now it's forced.
You want people to respect you for your pronouns and say, "Hey, my name is Jovan. I identify as she, her, he, suicide." And when you
what the hell?
Please respect my pronouns, but somebody tell you, "No, I don't have pronouns. I don't deal with that dumb shit." Hey, well, I can't have you on my show. This is my show. This is my shit. A two-way street don't work with you. You on a one-way street, right up your booty hole street. You know,
What?
that's not fair to people. And you can sit there and try to justify yourself, but you are the minority in this world.
What is happening? What am I witnessing? This is great. This is amazing.
Fact of the matter, that's what it is. You're the minority in this world.
Bad, you recognize that it's my show, right? So if I set rules for my show, You have to follow those rules. It's not your show. It's mine.
Yeah, but when somebody
Crashing out. Major crash out. This is amazing. This is great.
there talks to you about something and you have no regard for that person or anything else, it goes a long way to show what kind of character you have as a man.
Yeah, I disregard what you say because you don't follow the rules.
What, your rules? Who are you? Who are you to dictate somebody else's life? And you talk about
the creator of this show. What do you mean? Who are you to dictate my life on this show? Vladimir says average Republican voter, apparently. Yeah.
about no king's protest. You acting like a king right now, dude.
How dare you act as a king on your own show? How dare you? How dare you?
King?
Bad. It's my
you
show.
A god? Who did you create?
This show. Yeah. He created this show, literally.
It's my show.
Yeah, but still, you ask people to call in and debate, not call in and tell me your transgenderism identity.
What?
Right or wrong?
Are you telling me you're trans, Bad? So you just don't want to tell me you're...
What the fuck? Oh my god. This is great. This is amazing. I thought this would be a little bit more boring, but no, this is amazing. This is I'm giving this one a like. This is nice.
Trans identity?
No, it's not that. You're saying call in and debate. Anyways, check it out. Why you guys, the human body is a miraculous machine built by this universe. So you could do all the transgenderism surgeries you want, and that body will survive it. You could get in a horrific car accident and lose an arm or a leg. You could be cut off from your waist down and still be able to possess life. This body we have is miraculous. It is an instrument. It is a machine. This thing is so wonderful. We have no idea its true capable powers. But what we do know is that people running around, like if you had kids, do you have kids, Jovan?
Yeah.
You have kids.
Bad. What are your pronouns?
How many kids? How many kids do you have, Jovan?
Oh no.
Yeah. What are your pronouns?
I don't have pronouns. Not like you. I don't.
God.
Okay. Well, my pronouns are he, him. So if you don't have pronouns like me, or does that mean your pronouns are she, her, they, them? Since they're not like mine.
I don't use pronouns as a gender. I use it to speak to people so we don't sound like morons. As quote from your girl Katie, we need pronouns to speak to each other or else we sound like morons. Well, use it to speak to me, not to tell me what kind of gender affirming care you want for your children or what kind of...
What the fuck?
A gender you prefer as a pronoun. You sound like a moron when you say, hey, my name's Jovan Transgenderism, and I'm a...
My name's Jovan Transgenderism. This is the best debate ever. Okay, this is the best debate in the history of debates, I think. This is the most debate ever. My name is Jovan Transgenderism.
He, him, he, she, they, them, suicide.
Oh, I needed this. Oh, Dr. Jones is okay. They're great.
You know what you're doing? You said you had children. Do you sit there and say goo goo gaga with your children and say, hi, are you a...
This is great. I love this.
He, him, or are you a she, her, or are you a they, them? What do you like when you speak to me in that language? Do you do that with your children, dude? Because if you do, you're an idiot. That's why children have a suicide rate 47 times growing. And you sit there and talk about, well, gender affirming care never hurt nobody. It's not medically in this. Well, because the body is a miraculous machine. That's why it doesn't affect nothing. You can have all the surgeries you want, and you'll be fine. We're a machine.
What the fuck am I listening to?
Machine. But what we do have is children we're talking about. The future of our generations to come. Our children, your children, my children, all of our children. And I don't want somebody sitting there with porno books in my children's
Porno books.
schools. I'm sorry. Now, if you want to have your children go to school at 6, 7 years old and start reading about how little Johnny took little Jimmy underneath the bleachers and cracked his butt cheeks wide open.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Yeah, that's right. That is exactly what happens. That is yeah. Okay, thanks. Thanks. That's thanks. That is what happens.
Then you go ahead and do
Greater and says, my mom who teaches received a parent email like this guy's rant once. Not about the trans, but on the same ranty nonsense level.
that. But I don't think that's right, and I don't care. It's a moral thing. This is a moral thing. You're 47% to what? 53? Look, let me see what the hell I was looking at. Yeah, suicide statistics, because you're no longer in the realm of gender affirming care hurts children or hurts people because there's no death rate behind it and there's no evidence. It's so low, it's insignificant. What about their suicide rate? What about these people like these chicks were coming out the past couple of years talking about 2 + 2 is 5, and if you say it's 4, it could be racist. That's what you guys are leading up to too. You guys are leading up to transgender furries, talk about I'm a squirrel trying to get in there, and I own 2 litter boxes, one for the front of my house and one for the back of my house. When I got to go to the bathroom, my brand of litter box is Joe Biden transgenderism because it's $9.99.
Is he trying to freestyle? It's working. It's working on me. It's working on me. Because I am loving it. So continue, please. Please proceed.
95. I'll say it right now. And my 81 version of Katie is in the back, and we got color coordinations behind it. And
This is the best.
Litter boxes we don't want to use toilets like
This is the best thing ever.
normal persons because we.
Okay, you're gonna be. I'm a squirrel trying to get a nut. It's gonna be my grinder status. Scroll. That is actually pretty good. I'm a scroll trying to get a nut. That's actually pretty good. Grinder status. Trying to get a nut.
Furries and la la la, and you committing suicide on people. You fucking up these people's heads so much that once they realize 2 + 2 is not 5, their mental state just goes out the window, man. They're suicidal. They want to lash out and kill people. You don't know what type of state these people are in because you treated them wrong. You taught them wrong. You want to use pronouns to speak to me. Hold on, I got 5 minutes, brother. You want to talk to me man to man. Talk to me man to man.
Hold on. I'm not done. Oh god.
For 5 minutes. I also get to talk. I also have 10 minutes to speak. So real quick, Bad, you said that we use pronouns to know how to speak to each other and have conversations. So I agree. So what are your pronouns so I can speak to you and have a conversation?
My pronouns are inside my fucking conversation with you. They are not as a part of my identity. You
I
say
never asked you about
when
your
a police
identity.
officer, you did. Pronouns are
No, I
part of
didn't.
identity.
I just asked what your pronouns are.
So
I don't
are
care if
they
you're
or
a man.
they
I don't care
not?
if you're a woman. All I asked is,
Self, are they or are they not part of identity? What the fuck?
Let me phrase it differently, Bad. I have a live chat right now between Twitch, YouTube, and Instagram. There's well over 1,000 people watching you right now. Almost 1,500 people watching you. Should they call you he, she, they, or something else?
Something else.
They can call me Bad because that's my name.
I thought you didn't want
They
people to
call me
sound like
Bad.
cavemen. You don't think it would make them sound like cavemen to say, this is bad, bad goes to the store. When bad is at store, bad buys fruit. Bad takes fruit. Bad take fruit home. Bad eat fruit. You don't think that makes them sound like cavemen? You said that we don't want to sound like cavemen. So I'll ask you again. There's a live chat of almost 1,500 people watching you right now. Should they call you he,
God,
she,
bragging about his viewership,
or something else?
rubbing it in my face.
See, you guys, that's your problems. You guys are attaching it to identity, and you guys sound like morons. You know I'm a man.
Should they call you he,
You sitting here
she,
talking to me.
they, or something else?
Actually, ironically enough, he is attaching it to identity because he says, I'm a man, so it's obvious what the pronouns are. Actually, he is unironically attaching it to identity, but whatever. People are not smart.
When it comes to my gender, you call me by my name.
Should
you
they
know
call you
what
he,
my voice sounds
she,
like.
they, or something else? You sound like plenty of women I've met, so that's why I'm asking. He, she, they, or something else?
Yeah, you just keep reverse psychologing your 1,000 viewers into believing this identity, and you're screwing your nation over. You're turning
screwing your nation
or something else.
Why don't you stay on topic?
Bad. When you call into the show, you are to follow the rules of the show. It's not my fault you don't have house training.
Yeah, then hang
so
up
should they
on
call
me.
you
Hang
he,
up on me, because you're the
they,
minority here,
or
dude.
something else.
Hey, you're the minority. Just like the Democrats fought for the black rights in the Civil War era, they're fighting for your rights right now. And where did it get black people from the Civil Rights era to now? It's the same position you're going to have.
Listen. This is the opportunity for me to say, LucyHazard.org/live, consider donating or subscribing.
As a he, him, they, them, she, her, suicide, furry, transgenderism, fuck. And you're going to get the same treatment.
Furry transgenderism. Oh, no way! I've been rated with a party of 27 people by KF Logan. No way. When did that happen? Did that happen today? No way! I've been rated with 27 people on Twitch.
They call you
because
he,
they're going to move on
she,
to the...
they.
Wait. Are we about to get attacked by missiles? Yep, air siren. Air siren. We'll see. Kharkiv has been hit. We'll see if we'll... That was earlier today. Wait, nobody told me that I had actual viewers on Twitch. Hold on, let me check if anybody's still watching on Twitch. Actually, if they all left. Is anybody still watching on Twitch? 2 people. I guess they all left. Never mind.
Or something else.
Should they call you she, her, they, them. You know what? How about we do a remix of your guys' garbage? See how stupid you guys sound. And then we'll do a music video with grown-ass men in drag queen outfits twerking in front of pre-kindergarten teachers. And then we'll have transgenderism ideology people like you saying, bloop, and pointing your finger at your sons and daughters' nose.
Jesus Christ. Wait, 27 people on Twitch stayed for a couple of hours? Really? No way.
Saying, do you identify as a he, him, they, them, she, her, suicide? What are you? And then we'll see how stupid that music video is.
Should they call you he, she, they, or something else?
Should we call you he?
Wait, what was Kevin's opinion on those videos on Ukraine? What was Kevin's opinion on one of those videos on Ukraine? And now I'm curious, actually. I'm curious as to what Kevin's take on that was, because I know Kevin knows better on Ukraine. I just know Kevin knows better when it comes to Ukraine. You know? That Sunday was being an idiot, like baby's first anarchist take, I think. Yeah. It's just disappointing. I'm just gonna say it's disappointing. Maybe I should just tackle this. Hold on. I could actually... Maybe someone should... Maybe I could do a collab with Kevin on this or something. I don't know.
She, they, them. You are mentally ill, dude. If you cannot get past it, you were the one that was indoctrinated since pre-kindergarten. And now that you're a grown-ass adult, it's stuck in your head that you need these pronouns. You're stuck.
The pronouns are stuck in your head.
You cannot function.
Well, I hope nothing happens in Kyiv tonight.
Without it. And one day when you get in the real world and these platforms go away with whatever, and this new generation comes out and they say, nah, you're so 2020, you're so whatever, and this has been going around for so long, you're outdated. You don't even own a litter box to shit and piss in, dude. You're so... Somebody come get your aunt. You're gonna be in the same boat. You're gonna turn suicidal, dude, because you ain't gonna be able to function in life. You're not gonna have a 9-to-5 job. You ain't gonna have a normal life because you're gonna go around talking about, well, this is my show. Well, this is not your show. This is a work environment. No, this is my show, and I'm a he, him, they, them, suicide, and whatever the hell else. And you're just gonna be stuck. You're gonna be suicidal. They indoctrinated you since you were pre-kindergarten. How about this, Joe, on transgenderism? How about you take a DNA test with your mother and father and see if they're biologically your mother and father? Because CPS takes kids from their parents daily across the United States. And these people that they're giving these children to, how do we know you were taken by a loving mother and father and given to these people? And these people that raised you to be mentally ill with this transgender euphoria. So I don't know who I am. Because when you were in kindergarten, they were talking about transgenderism. Doesn't little Katie...
Hello, Polyphonica. Okay, young wannabe. Do you know why teachers keep litters in their classrooms in the case of a kid throwing up or in the case of an accident or an active shooter?
Over there look cute in a dress. Wouldn't you like to look cute in a dress like Katie? Why don't you try this outfit out? And they indoctrinated you. They put it in your...
What's wrong with looking cute? What's wrong with being cute? Hey, Raiden Kyiv. We're gonna have to keep track.
Head. And now you're stuck
so bad.
In your
you have
head
50 seconds left to actually engage in the debate.
What's wrong with being cute?
You he, she, they, or something else?
Now, why don't you just so I wasn't debating with you? I wasn't rapping with you?
We have not gotten to debate yet because you refuse to follow the rules of the show. So as soon as you follow the rules of the show, we can get to the debate.
Okay, you wanna be, it's grim, but every Joe Rogan bro now references it as if it means they're letting kids be transgender furries. RP, shitting in a box. I see.
So everything that I did with you right now was to get me to a gotcha moment to where you could sit there and air it for your views and your shit. And now that you don't get it, you're not even gonna air me.
I mean, Bad certainly obliged. Bad certainly gave him material. Who the one? You the one? Yeah, true.
So we did all this for nothing, and your viewers can't even see a second side of everything. Yeah, great, Joe Biden.
This is
I mean, you chose not to follow the rules and not to tell. Like it takes 5 seconds. No, less than. He, him, she, her, they, them. There you go.
Live show, so everyone's heard every word you've said. I don't know what you mean by air it. I don't know if you know how live shows
doubt
work.
that. From what you just said, I seriously doubt I'll even be aired on here. You know, but honestly,
I mean,
a couple seconds left. Do everybody out there
Should they call
with
you
this gender
he,
euphoria.
she, they, or something else?
They can get a DNA test with their biological parents.
Chat, Bad finally did it. He finally gave us pronouns. He said they. Chat, Bad is a they.
There you go.
Them, Bad is they, them. We can finally get to the debate. Finally, after 3 calls, Bad, we can get to the debate. This is Bad. Pronouns are they, them, Bad. I believe children should be able to receive gender affirming care. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
I disagree because 2 + 2 is not racist if you say it's 4.
What the fuck is this? I disagree because 2 + 2 = 4. All right. Thanks. That was great.
So you could sit there and suicide these kids into sacrificing themselves.
And that was all your time, Bad. Unfortunately, you wasted your 10 minutes yapping, and you ran out of time for the actual debate. Thanks for calling. Maybe next time you will follow.
Crayon Wannabe says he doesn't understand how they don't understand how live shows work. No, apparently.
The rules, and you won't run out of time.
In fact, I'm gonna call into someone else. I'm gonna call into my favorite Resident Evil compatriot.
See you later, Bad.
So that was Joe Van. And we've done this. This is our content for the day, slot. And now we're gonna call in to Jean's. Yeah. Pick up, Dr. Jeans. Come on. Pick up, Dr. Jeans. Dr. Jones, hello.
Hi.
How are you, Dr. Jones?
Yeah, can't complain.
You're enjoying the stream?
I guess.
We're about to enjoy it a lot more with the epic game. Am I right?
Sure.
Let's make.
I don't know how I'm supposed to compete with that content.
Let's cool the computer a bit so that doesn't croak immediately after I plug the capture card in, right? I mean, Resident Evil is the ultimate competitor, so of course he's gonna. That was great, wasn't it? What are your thoughts on what just happened?
That was definitely something.
Did you enjoy? Dr. Jones, did you enjoy?
No. Sure.
Play. I'm gonna press play on the Resident Evil so that it kinda can. Wait, no, I have to. Oh God, I have to. Start up the NVIDIA app. Forget about the NVIDIA app. So we're gonna turn
optimize the shit out of this game.
Yeah, so we're gonna turn off Resident Evil actually. Okay. So that the NVIDIA app can do its magic. Okay? I have failed right off the bat. Right off the bat.
I mean, it wouldn't be what on Resident Evil 6 stream about like 30 to 45 minutes of like tech support before we get to the actual gameplay.
That's true, but that's just tradition at this point, so you shouldn't even treat it, you should treat it as an afterthought at this point, right? Is it working, Resident Evil game? Alright, let's play it. And then I'm gonna accept your invite. Isn't that right, Dr. Jones?
Yep.
It's gonna be amazing. Everybody. And then we're gonna do a reading about mental health care. Technically speaking, President Sunday could call me anytime because we are still mutuals on Discord, so he could just call me at any time to debate. He wants to talk to me. How do you feel about that, Dr. Jean? Dr. Jones?
What?
How do you feel about that?
About what?
President Sunday could call me at any time.
Oh, great. Is this not gonna fucking work?
What, are you inviting me? Okay, I'm joining. What's not gonna work?
I don't know if my old computer can handle the stream.
It should. You're gonna dip? No, Crayon wannabe, come on. I cannot. Do people really hate Resident Evil 6 that much? Dr. Jones, tell me. What's happening? How can people dip from the best Resident Evil game?
Might have to
What is happening here?
restart.
What's the echo? What is with the echo, Dr. Jones? What's with the echo?
I don't know.
Sherry Birkin, National Security.
Wait. Why are we here? What?
Sherry Birkin, you were in Raccoon City.
No way. Dr. Jones, what the fuck?
Claire.
Wait, are you Chris?
We were further in the game. What's wrong? Dr. Jones, what is this?
The man isn't wanted in service.
I don't know. We might not be able to play this because I don't think my computer can handle it.
But right now he's under the protection of the U.S. government. He's no threat to the PSAA.
What do you mean? What have you been playing on before?
What did you just say?
No, I'm saying like my computer can't handle the stream.
Those 3 anti-aircraft turrets are holding us at bay.
Roger that, Echo. We'll take care of it for you.
Wait, do we actually have to restart this boss? Wait, didn't we beat this boss before? Dr. Jones? Dr. Jones? Haven't we beaten this big boss before?
Yeah.
Why are we here then? Hello?
Our first target's over here!
Chris, we'll give you a hand.
Out of the question! You need to get to safety!
Don't worry about me. I can handle
Dr.
myself.
Jones?
You need the help.
Christ. Shows it's a survival retirement. Over a fortune.
Can you tell me why we have to fight this boss again? Hello?
Fuck.
Can you tell me?
I don't know, my game just crashed.
It crashed?
Yep. So, I don't think we can do Resident Evil tonight.
What? Oh, okay then. Wait, what? How did you play with me before?
Oh, I'm on my other computer right now.
How many computers do you have?
I got one from my house and then one of my parents.
Where are you now?
I'm at my parents' house.
Why are you at your parents?
Because I'm visiting them for the weekend.
You're visiting your parents instead of spending time playing Resident Evil 6 with me? That is so inconsiderate. Alright. Then let's play, what do you call it? Dead Space. Isn't that right, Dr. Jones? Dr. Jones?
Yeah.
Dead Space. You've robbed the stream of playing the best game in the Resident Evil series. How do you feel about that?
No, just have to wait till Monday then.
Monday. Okay then. Chris! I'm sorry, no more Chris. Chris is dead. And the game's over. Isn't that right, Dr. Jones?
Yep.
Chris is dead and the dream is over. This is also the longest Resident Evil game, apparently.
That is true.
How's the situation? Explosions in Kiev. Even though I have actually not heard the explosions, but in Kiev region, but not in the city proper. Shahid drones headed for Kiev. We might get drones later. Isn't that interesting, Dr. Jones? Dr. Jones?
What?
You want to stay in voice for a bit? Or what?
Sure.
Right. You can tell me what to do. Wait, what's happening? What is going on? Why isn't the game working? Dr. Jones, why isn't the game loading? Why do all those old games always have so much trouble? Okay, is it gonna work? Dr. Jones, is the game gonna work?
No. If it doesn't, I guess you can just go straight to reading.
So, no, it's working. Dr. Jones?
What?
It's Dead Space, Dr. Jones. It's Dead Space time. Continue game. I'm continuing the game, Dr. Jones. Look at this. Look at what I'm doing. Dr. Jones?
Yep.
Inventory full, Dr. Jones. How do you feel about that?
Exiting zero gravity.
Skill issue.
Why is it so slow?
Entering zero gravity.
What was the button to... What was the button to see where I'm supposed to go?
It's one of the sticks.
Wait, why is it telling me to leave? Why is it telling me to leave?
Probably telling you to go downstairs.
Is it? No, it's telling me to go somewhere else entirely. Why?
Because you have the refill the engines set as your current task.
I thought I was supposed to do this.
You're supposed to do that too.
Exiting zero gravity.
That's not fair, Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones, this is not fair, you know? Right, we're done. We got it. Alright, let's do the thing. I have to take the elevator. Ten groups of Kayar from Kherson region in the direction of groups of UAVs from Cherkasy region in the direction of Kiev. Okay, we're gonna get Jones tonight. Isn't that right, Dr. Jones? Dr. Jones?
What was better, the guy playing Dead Space or the guy playing Resident Evil 6?
What was what? Oh, it would be worse to die playing Dead Space because I wanna know how it ends. You know? Why? What's so funny? Whoa, whoa.
Yeah, I wonder if this guy's still alive.
For what? Tell me. I don't know what's going on around here. Someone said the ship's been attacked. Who the hell would attack us out here? First the captain dies, now we get attacked. Karamak says someone on bridge staff killed him. Can't believe that. Goddamn chaos now. Can't get through to the bridge. Can't get through to anyone. Everyone's running. Getting the hell out of here. Should probably join them. Do we have any upgrade nodes? I do! Okay, let's upgrade the plasma cutter. Am I right, Dr. Jones? Damage.
Yep.
I'm so powerful now, Dr. Jones. Are you impressed? You impressed with my power? Back with that power glove thing. You remember the power glove?
What power glove?
Well, you don't know the power glove? Really? Actually? Don't joke, Dr. Jones. You know what the power glove is. Do you?
No.
The Nintendo system, the glove that allowed you to control games with a glove, was called the power glove.
I'm sorry, I'm not that old.
Oh my god. Age does not explain illiteracy, okay? Ha, joke's on you. I've just upgraded my gun. Yeah. Angry Video Game Nerd covered the power glove. You've never watched the Angry Video Game Nerd, Dr. Jones?
Nope.
Wait, really?
Yep.
What, you watched the quartering? What the hell?
That was like 10 years ago at this point.
Yeah, you should have been watching Angry Video Game Nerd 10 years ago. Okay, let's do this. Oh.
Refueling sequence activated.
Is the guy gonna contact me now? We're done here, right?
Yeah, you gotta go to the other side and do it all over again.
Fast.
Then you get to the worst part of the game.
What's the worst part of the game?
Oh, it's the ADS cannon section. Just thank God they fixed and remade.
These videos aren't going anywhere. Also, you know, there's a trans version of the AVGN format. Wait, what's the trans version? Is it me raging over games? I'm pretty. I might find it, Dr. John.
Like in a funny haha or.
What do you mean? Are you asking me if I'm a joke? Was that a joke? Sorry? Sorry, Dr. Jones. Who's that? Dr. Jones, is that joke?
You are.
I'm a joke? Wait, why did you call me a joke, Dr. Jones?
Yes, if you were funny.
That's not how that works. Okay, we have to go this way. We heard it here. Dr. Jones called me a joke. I took the item, Dr. Jones.
Never should have let him live. Never should have let him live. Shut it, Danvers. Shut it. Engineering log. Temple reporting. Someone has shut off the fuel lines to the primary engine and damaged the valves in the process. They need to be repaired before I can reopen them, but we're running out of time. With the engine offline, orbit decay will begin in less than 10 hours. I just can't understand who would do this. If it's one of those crazy unitologist bastards, I'll break their neck.
One of those crazy eunuchs?
Help me with the tools. Temple
what now?
They said that one of those crazy eunuchs cut off energy from the ship.
Oh, it's probably a unitologist.
Yeah, one of those crazy eunuchs. That's what I said.
Yeah, the fucking rock worshippers.
Eunuchs are rock worshippers?
Yeah, the Church of Unitology.
The Church of Eunuch. Cool. What do I do? What do I do with this? Is there a jump button in this game?
No.
So what's the point of trading this hull?
I don't know, the waste ammo?
Really?
Or you can watch like a necromorph come out of the hole probably later.
A what? No?
That's what the monsters are called.
They never called it like that in the game. You're spoiling something for me? Dr. Jones. Spoiler alert, Dr. Jones. You know?
How is your inventory full?
It's full of ammo.
Open your inventory right now.
I'll show you, it's full of ammo. Hold on, I'll save the game, okay? Look, it's full of ammo. Literally, it's full of ammo. What do you have to say to that?
I'm still waiting to see it on stream. Why do you have pulse ammo if you don't have the pulse gun yet? Or line...
Because I picked it up. Also, more than 10 KH-101 cruise missiles have entered Kherson region flying towards Kiev. Oh, thanks. Also cruise missiles. Well, I hope none of them hit this place. Missiles and drones. Thanks, Russia. Great. Russia is trying to silence me from doing my job. She's trying to stop me from doing my job, but I will not have it. Actually, we'll have to... We'll do the reading and then... So yeah, inventory is full. I cannot put up the schematic.
We'll get rid of something to pick up the schematic.
I hate getting rid of stuff, Dr. Jones. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the full ammo.
Yeah, it's for the Ripper. The Ripper is goated.
How do I get rid of this drop?
Should be a button to...
What's a Ripper?
It's basically a space circular saw.
It's a melee weapon?
No, it's basically it holds a big circular saw in front of you, and the Altfire just like yeets a circular saw blade at the enemies.
But I thought the best weapon was the one that I'm holding right now.
Refueling sequence activated.
No, they're both like S tier weapons.
Sorry, what?
Whatever you did, it's working, Isaac. I have a few
The only
readings.
bad
It's
weapon
only
you
a
could
quarter
probably
full,
say
but that's
is like
enough
the
to
pulse
restore
gun.
it once you
Even
bring the
then,
engines online.
like that's
He's
just like
talking
an
over
A
the
tier.
story.
False alarm. Thought I saw something.
Why are you talking over the story, Dr. Jones? Also repeat
Repeat what?
what you just said.
Oh, no, I'm saying the only like bad weapon is probably like the pulse gun,
Oh.
and even then that's still like an A tier weapon.
Alright. Let's go. Dr. Jones, are you ready for what's to come? Uh-oh. What the hell, Dr. Jones? Why didn't you warn me?
About what?
About this!
Everybody left when I came on anyway, so
What do you mean everybody left? People
well, you had like 15 people.
Yeah.
And then you swapped over to like, then you tried to do a Resident Evil 6 and fucking everybody left.
Whatever you did, it's working, Isaac. I have a few readings. It's
How
only
can
a quarter
people hate
full, but
Resident
that's
Evil
enough to
6? I
restore
just
it
don't
once you
get
bring
it.
the
It's
engines
such an
online.
excellent game. Dr.
False
Jones,
alarm.
please
Thought
explain.
I saw something.
Echo? Wait, and there's an echo? It's impossible. Where's the echo? Is there an echo? Dr. Jones. What the fuck? God, I hate these things. Comedic pack. I cannot pick up. I have to get rid of something too. Line racks. Okay, we're gonna get rid of the line racks. Isn't that right, Dr. Jones?
Yeah, well, you got 2 spaces now.
2 spaces? No, I don't have. I only have. Oh, how do I have 2 spaces?
I think because you used up enough ammo that they merged into one.
I only have 1 space from what I'm seeing.
And now you got 1 space. Can't remember if in this one you could swap between Or no, I think that might have been the remake. Or Dead Space 2.
Swap between what?
Yeah, you could swap the waypoint between like your the objective and then like store or bench location.
I think you can, but whatever. What is that noise? Is it a boss? Boss Baru? Is that a boss Baru, Dr. Jones?
I think you got another chapter and a half before like the first major boss. Now watch out for the little guys.
No. Oh. Dr. Jones. Yay. Do you see that, Dr. Jones?
Let's see what.
What I just did?
What's that?
I killed one. What the hell is this?
You're gonna want to run in there and kill that thing.
I'll go take an item, please. Is that right, Dr. Jones?
You just really like playing on hard mode, don't you?
What? What do you mean? What the fuck? How did it kill me in one hit? Why? Dr. Jones, explain. Oh my god, really? It got me back here?
Whatever you did, it's working, Isaac. I have a fuel reading. It's
Why
only
not?
a quarter full, but that's
Why
enough to
not
restore
kill me in
orbit
one
once you
hit?
bring the engines online.
Because I don't like it.
False alarm. Thought I saw something.
What the fuck? Do these things just auto lock onto you? These things have projectiles?
Yeah.
Ah. Dr. Jones, come on.
Alright, hold on.
What do you mean, wah?
Whatever you did, it's working, Isaac. I have a fuel reading. It's only a quarter full, but that's enough to restore orbit once you bring the engines online.
What the hell? That was not fair. Was it, Dr. Jones?
No, life's not fair.
Oh. Now it is. That was fair. Okay. Now we're
Yeah, I gave
talking.
you a whole medium health pack because the game has given up on you.
What do you mean the game has given up on me? That was fair.
Yeah, you're right. But if it was a large one, then we know the game would have given up.
There's a large one in this game? Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones. What do you mean, Dr. Zhang? What do you mean? Let's finish this game. Isn't that right, Dr. Zhang? Like, we're at the end of the game now, right?
No.
What do you mean, no?
You're in chapter, what, 3?
First part, and yeah, and this game is like what? 4 chapters? Max? Right?
I think it's got 12.
12? You mean 5? Isn't this a short game? Dr. Jones.
One sec.
I don't believe this game has 12 chapters.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh yeah, it's got 12.
No way. And which chapter am I on?
3.
I feel like I'm really slow then. Oh my god. Kinda feels like I'm slow. Oh,
You are slow.
Can somebody at me?
Whatever you did, it's working, Isaac. I have a fuel reading. It's only a quarter full, but that's enough to restore orbit once you bring the engines online. What the hell? False alarm. Thought I saw something.
Alright. So are we ready to read now? I'm ready to read. Are you ready to read, Dr. Jean?
And read what?
Articles and books. I'm stealing President Sunday's thing.
You're gonna do what, like one reading group and then pawn it off on to sell then?
Yeah. Where's my medium pack?
You don't get one this time.
Where are my packs? Dr. Jones.
No, you just have to get good.
And I will never get good, you know that.
That's why we're going to be stuck here for a while.
Get good. What do you mean, Dr. Jones? You're a racist or something?
I'm American, so yeah.
Oh. Hold on, where's the Twitch chat? Nobody even chatted me on Twitch chat, you know, when the thing happened. Raid or whatever.
Yeah, like I said, everybody showed up and then they immediately fucked off, like always.
Why? Do they hate me?
No, there's just, you're not their content creator.
I am, what do you mean? I am everybody's content creator. Aren't I? Whoa, look at that. you go. So the trajectory was the quartering Capos to me?
Probably.
Yeah. So like Capos is like my soldier boy. And Capos is like, Lucy, you're just a copy. And I'm like, no, I'm the upgrade, right?
I mean, I guess in all seriousness, it was probably more like, well, the other day I was about to run Gamer Gauge, and then I got like really into like the atheist sphere.
You?
Yeah.
You watch Richard Dawkins?
I don't think I would. No, like I was more like a Matt Dillahunty person.
Oh. What was this? Hitchens? Christopher Hitchens?
No. We'll just go to the store. For the love of God.
Where is the store again?
It's right there.
Where?
Turn around.
We'll plug battery. Hold on, there's something here. See, credits first, right? Good call. Should I sell something?
Yes, you should sell that data board that's taking up space in your inventory.
Ripper. What data board?
I mean, didn't you pick up a gold semiconductor at some point?
Oh yeah. Wait, I can buy the power node, right? Should I buy the Ripper?
Power nodes are like 10,000 a piece, though.
Yeah, and I have 24,000. Like, should I buy the Ripper?
Oh, no, unless you just want to go through the entire game with just the plasma cutter.
Yeah, why not? Isn't it good? I'm doing this for you, Dr. Jones. What kind of ammo does this use?
What does?
How do I switch weapons? Here.
You gotta equip it. It goes on the D-pad.
I equipped it. There you go. It's locked. No. How do I choose it?
You could use the D-pad.
I did.
Did you hit
What kind of ammo does this use?
Ripper ammo?
What's the Ripper ammo?
It's like saw blades you pick up.
Oh my god, I don't have inventory for that.
Well, get rid of some of your plasma ammo then.
Why? It's the good ammo. You tricked me, Dr. Jones. Hold on. I should get a power node, you know? There we go. I got it. Also, I should save the game, no?
No, you don't want to do all that over again?
I kind of do, but I don't think the remaining few people that are still watching would appreciate it.
The 4 people still watching.
Yeah. Do people also hate Dead Space or what?
don't know, they probably just hate me.
Why would anybody hate you?
Because everybody hates me.
Did you do something? What did you do, Dr. John?
I exist.
What did you do? Explain, please. Oh, bench. There you go. I can now upgrade because I bought the power node. You were scolding me for wanting a power node, and now who wins, Dr. Jean? Should I get more HP, Dr. Jean?
Probably. Well, you gotta start from the end and keep going over. Yeah.
Where do I start?
So you need 3. You gotta buy at least 3 nodes to get your HP up.
Dr. Jean, I need more credits.
Yeah, no, you need. Probably should have given yourself more air first, because you're gonna have to.
Who cares about air? Oxygen not included, Dr. Jean. Don't you know?
You gonna play that game next?
Maybe. It's a good game, isn't it?
Probably if you're into that kind of game.
I'm into every kind of game because I'm a genius. Did you not know this about me?
Yeah.
Especially mind games. Get into the mind of my opponent, Dr. John. You know? The game told me to go that way, and that's exactly why I have to go the opposite way. I go my own way, Dr. Jones, just like the incel.
Milady.
The inceldom.
I mean, I should know. I wear a fucking fedora in my profile picture.
What will you say that you're wearing one right now?
No, it's at home with my mask in my closet
I'm still
somewhere.
waiting for a new Ukraine video about work coach Red Pill.
You just wanted an excuse to start a Discord call, because that's where you get the most attention from your viewers. There's nobody tunes in to stream.
What do you mean? You said that I had 15 people.
Yeah, well, now it's 4, and then you had like 5 active people, at least in your Discord call.
Well, we're gonna have a nice meeting soon. So.
Entering 0 gravity.
That was the other thing, you can go down to like 3 then. With like 1 active person.
Wee.
Now it's down to 3 people. I was back to where somebody had an ad break.
Hold on, there's like we have like what do you call it? Lag with the sound. I've learned how to fix it though. Yeah.
You're coming with me now, lurker. We're off onto a adventure. I don't need... Yeah, you gotta go down.
Meet up. Alright, let's do this. Wait, why? Why? I slowed it down, didn't I?
Yeah, you gotta slow down the spinny bit. Lucy, there anything coming.
What did you say?
So there's incoming.
What's incoming?
There's
Who's coming?
You're coming.
What? That's just inappropriate. I didn't slow down. Dr. Jones.
You gotta aim at the spinny bit.
Wait, I'm out of the thing. What do I do now?
Get a recharger, find a station. Like, aren't you carrying around? Yeah.
Generator module attached. Centrifuge power restored.
You gotta plug the spinny bit into the bigger spinny bit. And somehow that makes gravity.
I won, Dr. John. Where's the end? Oh.
You gotta press the button.
Hi.
Centrifuge activated. Re-establishing balance with planetary cargo. Gravity restored. Entering vacuum.
What now?
Alright, now the fun part. Getting back.
You're doing great, Isaac. Centrifuge and gyros are both 100% and stabilized. Now get out of there and focus on the engine. I don't know how much time we have left.
Wait, how do I do that?
You gotta run.
Can I make it?
No. Wait. No, fucking book it. It's just the little hole.
Oh, wait, what's that? I'm almost out of air. Why am I breathing like that? What the hell? Calm down, guy. Am I right, Dr. Jones?
I mean, go easy on Isaac. He's having a rough day.
What? No, please don't tell me that as a... Okay. Oh, I thought I was dead for a second there. Did you think that I was dead?
I think it gave you health.
Yeah.
Oh, you're almost there, Lucy.
Yeah. Wait, where am I supposed to go here? Where am I supposed to go? Oh, that is where I'm supposed to go.
You go up the
Why
elevator.
did the game mislead me? God, calm down, Iceland. You know? You know what I mean? Okay.
Exiting vacuum.
How did you get to that point again?
Oh no, what the hell? Am I dead?
Yeah, unless you shoot the yellow. You will be pretty soon. Big glowy bit. Challenge your Resident Evil like gameplay. There you go. Hentai averted.
Hentai averted. What's wrong? Have we done it? Have we beaten the game?
No. You gotta go do the worst part of well, one of the worst parts of the game.
This game does not have that part. What do you mean?
It does. Let's wait till the turret section.
The what section now?
There's a turret section. And it's got awful. No, it's actually got two turret sections and they're both equally suck.
Do they now?
Oh yeah, they do. Thank God they fixed it in the remake.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say like Dead Space Remake's probably the definitive way to play the game now. But the original one's still
Can you hear me?
worth playing though.
It's Kendra. They attacked me. I ran for it, and Hammond just.
This is kind of
disappeared.
ironic.
Wait.
Kendra? Where are you?
Nice to see you're alive and well, Hammond. I've barricaded myself in the computer core. I can hear them moving outside, but I don't think they know I'm in here. I can launch into everything from here. I hacked the route and found some reports from the colony. Even before they cracked the planet, the colonists were experiencing widespread dementia. It seems to be related to some artifact they found on the planet. Something called the Marker. I'll keep looking. I've got your location and I'm going to unlock the door to fuel storage. You can get to the engine chamber from there.
Alright. See, now this person is gonna kill her, you know, because he's the last boss of the game, as I said multiple times. This is not right, Dr. Browns.
Yep.
He's a pervert, you know? Did you know this about him? Dr. Brown.
Picks when to know when, Lucy.
What? You calling me a pervert? Why you do this? I should get rid of the Ripper. You know?
They haven't even used it yet.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I'll use it. But if it sucks, I'm gonna sell it, okay?
Okay.
Where is Envy? Where is Envy, Dr. John? Weren't we supposed to read? Dr. John? Where's Envy?
How would I know?
Aren't you best friend?
I don't have friends.
What do you mean? That's a lie. Don't lie to me, Dr. Jones. Why you lie? Dr. Jones, why you lie to me?
Because I'm a liar.
Let's go. I'm ready to beat the game. We're almost there. We're on this last stretch, right?
You're just about to beat the chapter 2, so you can just hurry up, do that, and get a save point.
We've been in chapter 2 already.
In chapter 3, gotta get back to the tram and then you're done.
Wait, where are we going now? Why can't I open the door?
Because it's loading. It's loading in the new area.
Lucy, can we play Dark Tide? No.
Entering zero gravity.
Because Dr. Jones hates that game.
Yeah, I guess it depends if your reading group falls through.
Dr. Jones hates Dark Tide. Dr. Jones told me in secret that Dark Tide sucks and smells bad.
Of course it smells bad. You know, we're fighting Nurgle.
Dr. Jones told me that he only knows one game. What the hell? Okay, I actually like the plasma cutter more.
If you alt fire, you just yeet the saw blade out.
Where do I go even now? Where do I go now?
Where's the line point to?
I'm almost dead. I died. No way I just die when the air runs out. Isaac cannot hold his breath.
No, he couldn't hold his breath for the 3 seconds to step through the little air shield.
Oh, the reading is ready. Dr. Jones.
What?
We're about to start reading. Are you excited?
Yeah, have fun with that.
You don't like reading, Dr. Jones? Are you racist or something? Yeah, I'm ready to start reading. Okay, I guess I'll turn off the game then. It's been nice, Dr. Jones, but now it's time for me to end this. Okay?
Yep.
Goodbye, Dr. Jones. I'll see you when you can play Resident Evil. The real best game.
Yep.
Exit to Windows. Yes.
Hello.
No, Estelle?
No, Estelle. Estelle will be watching from the sidelines.
Alright.
Cheering us on.
I'll be going to the thing now. Hold on, where is it? Where is the...
Hey guys, Jovan here.
Hello. Where is the... Hold on.
I can repost it. And then DM to you.
Yeah.
Choom.
You DM'd it? Can you DM it to me again?
Yeah, I'm about to. Surprised by methadone.
Goodness, the work never ends. The work never ends. I'm gonna do this. Do this.
On Sunday, in a seismic alert.
I'm gonna have to do this on. Put it on the screen. There we go. Surprised by methadone. So now we're going to put it on screen so that actually people can see it, right?
I would hope so.
Boom. People can now see it. So we can start.
It's so much easier to find things now that all my fucking documents are sorted.
Nice.
It's so awesome.
Perfect. So would you like to start?
Sure.
I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to do the whole 26 pages in one sitting, but we will do part of it for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Would you like to do the honors?
Of course.
All right. Perfect. Take it away.
Surprised by methadone in praise of a drug substitution treatment in a French clinic by Emily Gomar.
Mm-hmm.
The etymology of the term.
Before we read, can you tell the people watching what this is about?
Yeah. Well, as the title suggests, it's about drug substitution. Mm-hmm. Specifically in France. It's going to talk about the history more generally, but towards the end, it ends up focusing on specifically a particular drug clinic. This is related to sociological stuff, specifically like stuff like actor network theory, or sociology of technology and sociology of science. So like some of that stuff, it's not going to exclusively focus on one thing, but one thing ends up becoming kind of.
So what is the drug substitution
a sort of
treatment?
ethnography? It's for opiates. In France, she'll get into this. There was two people, two groups, people who were promoters of drug substitution, and people who were promoters of abstinence treatment, who were called specialists. Drug substitution usually consisted of giving things like methadone. Methadone is an opiate. You can overdose from it. It needs to be applied, but it needs to be given by a doctor. But it's effective in getting addicts to stop being addicts, to stop being addicted to whatever drug it may be,
right?
Whatever opiate it may be, usually heroin, obviously. But there's all those other stuff like Temolgesic. Forget the other ones.
So why is it not a widely embraced method if it's effective?
It became embraced. This article is from 2004, I think. 2004.
Is it a widely embraced method in the US?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it probably is. I think it probably is now, but it's because there's actually very particular reasons in France it wasn't adopted immediately. There was a specific thing with how drug users were being treated that promoted a certain kind of like way of thinking among specialists that promoted instead of drug substitution, abstinence treatment, which is actually kind of interesting, it seems. But it did end up in, I forget if it's the 80s or the 90s. I think in the 80s, I'm going to say the 90s, it finally got like approval. But it's going to give like some of the history of this. And I'm pretty sure for part of this history, people who were doing, it'll talk about doctors doing drug substitution before it was like legalized. And I'm pretty sure those doctors could have lost their licenses. Like it was like, it was kind of very, it's really effective, and like as like a thing to help treat these people, abstinence treatment, that treatment had like a very hard fall off rate. Like nobody,
I'm looking for... Yeah. Sorry, continue.
I think it might have been as low as like 5%. I think it talks about the statistics.
Okay.
In here, like 5% of like addicts even like began to proceed with abstinence treatment because of like the way it's set up, and this is also very harmful. It also makes a lot of sense, especially with opiates, because opiates have horrible, can often have horrible withdrawals.
Yeah.
And so it's like I said, it'll get into it. It'll answer a lot of these questions.
Because
but
I've been asking
kind of
about
like
the US, and it feels like it says here, even though it's commonly known as by the medical professionals in the US as effective, evidence-based standard for treating opioid dependence, it is not universally accepted or fully accessible to regulatory, ideological, and social barriers. While methadone
that makes sense.
buprenorphine are approved by the FDA and endorsed by organizations like SAMHSA, less than 10% of people with opioid addiction in the US receive this treatment.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But I didn't know that off the top of my head because this is specifically about France, and I just didn't.
Because
I found this article
because I just thought to myself, okay, if it's effective and if it's good, then like why are so many people suffering from this addiction in the US when they have a viable treatment available, right? Which they would probably go for because they receive those. If they receive the substitution drugs, then they would not be as opposed to treatment, I assume, as well, right?
Yeah. I actually wonder if there has to be something that actually made me think I should actually look for an article about that. Why drug substitution hasn't taken off in the US, because
I assume again that's for ideological reason, like
it'll be
Republican politicians would say that why you want to treat drugs with giving them just more drugs.
Yes. Which this paper will specifically get into. But yeah, no, that's actually very interesting. But I actually wonder the specific reasons. It also probably has to do probably with the fact that a lot of these places might not necessarily be like funded and stuff like that. And I actually wonder if because I wonder if like methadone and like other drug substitution treatment are regulated differently by the individual states.
Probably
because that's also always like a big thing.
Yeah, probably. Okay, I guess we can start reading them. We know our stuff, we know what it's all about, and we can just get into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The etymology of the term addiction is the state of slavery which befalls the one who does not pay his debts. The Roman Empire, the debtor becomes a slave of his creditor. I want to argue, the addict becomes a slave of the addictive drug. In this article, I want to argue that this definition of addiction structures French addiction treatments, infuses them with a classic theory of action of the object and of the subject. The etymological definition of addiction, the subject is the toy of the drug, describes an extreme situation where the substance acts deterministically and the subject passively submits. My aim is to sketch out these debates while focusing on one practice of substitution at the Blue Clinic in the hope of finding something other than these well-rehearsed theories of action. I want to highlight situations in which the user would not be the toy of the drug.
Yep.
Kerosene also points something out. Would be interesting to look up also perhaps how much church-related addiction services dominate versus non-church related. Yeah, that'll probably that'll probably also be a thing.
Yeah.
And then footnote 1 is it is a reference to Latour. That's fine. Not important.
Yeah, but it is. I feel like it's a lot of like it's just like I feel like the opposition to this psychiatry treatment will be on similar grounds as stuff like puberty blockers for children, basically.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, a similar probably kind of a similar kind of idea as put forth by the specialists or the people who are called who like promote abstinence treatment.
Yeah.
How they talk about it.
Yeah.
Though for very
it's
different reasons.
just probably to many people that are conservative, it just feels intuitive. Oh, if you wanna fight drug addiction, then you obviously have to take away the drugs, right?
Yeah.
Right. Without thinking how this plays out. All right, let's continue reading.
I began this study of drug use with the vow of abstinence. I wanted to learn about the drug without entering in perfusion with it. I did not do participant observation of drug use in Paris, following the users around Place Stalingrad to be as close as possible to their lives. I did not learn to shoot up heroin or other illegal drugs. The immersion of the ethnographer of illegal drugs simply felt too risky. As a central idea of postmodern ethnography was abandoned from the outset, that I would emancipate those I was studying by getting close to them, identifying with them, eliminating difference or distance between me and them. I would not even assume we were all subjects. This would not be a symmetrical ethnography.
Mm-hmm. This is interesting, actually.
Yeah, then that's not important. Oh, also, did you want to read Lucy, by the way?
Yeah. I'll just change the title of the stream.
Also, by the way, for those confused, symmetrical, in this sense, has to do, how do I explain? With the way things are being treated, it has to do with a specific methodology. Yeah, Karasi pointed it out. It has to do with the methodology of it, and how usually two contrasting things are treated. Though I don't know if it actually has to be.
Right. It's interesting, the abandoning, getting really close to the person because taking the drug is actually risky. Interesting. Okay, let me. We stopped at this would be not asymmetrical ethnography. Yeah, this is where we stopped.
Yes.
No. Okay, this vow of abstinence took me to other sites where care professionals and drug users were explicitly asking the question of the relation between subject and object, just as I was, and in particular whether this relation need be one of slavery. I began intensive observation at an experimental substitution clinic in the suburb of Paris in 1995, a period when in France the benefit or harm of a daily dose of methadone for the treatment of opiate addiction was violently debated. Rather than starting from an identification with drug users, I searched for colleagues among care professionals and drug users who asked the same questions as myself. I would not assume they were like me, but I would allow that others pose questions with me. My aim became to describe the settings in which they asked those questions and the experimentations they were able to deploy in such settings. The sociology of technology, inspired by phenomenology, has taught us that capacities are not inherent but acquired as one moves through a dispositive. Lynch, 1991. Here I attempted to learn from those actors what setting I needed in order to become capable of asking the question of the relation between drug and subject. I followed the actors, to use an often quoted phrase of Latour's, in the sense that I sought to learn from them, staff and users at the Blue Clinic, how to set up the conditions of my competence. The first condition I learned from them was enthusiasm. It was clear that a rapid and deadly critique of their practice was possible. The rhetoric of medical sociology could immediately be used to describe a conflict of interest between authoritative doctors and vulnerable individuals who seemed to have lost in advance. At the clinic, I was submerged in disgust, outrage, hope, horror, and thought at first that here to such a description would be appropriate. The medical sociological reflex, however, would have ignored the enthusiasm of the first methadone promoters, users, and professionals. The enthusiasm forced me away from a critical sociology of medicine, which had been so useful in the case of psychiatry, for example. In order to learn something from these actors, in order to be surprised by methadone and its relations with subjects, I would have to discipline myself into writing a eulogy of the treatment experimented with at the clinic. Okay, any thoughts?
I yourself will have a few things to say. Footnote 4 actually talks about something that I don't know how I didn't remember this when you brought it up when I was reading, because I reread this morning.
Yeah.
Apparently, footnote 4 says, methadone is an opiate-like substance which has been used since the mid-1960s, first in the USA, as a treatment for heroin addiction.
Right.
So that's actually very interesting that it started in the US, but that it didn't take off.
I mean,
That's
technically speaking, it did take off because it's widely accepted by professionals in the US to be effective.
Yeah.
It just wasn't implemented because of ideological reasons. But it did take off, technically speaking, right? It's not, it doesn't work, So there's more at play here than,
Yeah, it seems to be a difference because in France at the time that it's talking about, it seems to be that there was a specific issue between professionals and in the US it might actually not really be that. It might be because you could say, like, in France the way it ends up being talked about later, it's an ideological issue, but it's an ideological issue among people who are treating drug users,
Right.
in some form or fashion, and not between that and
legislators,
whatever, legislators and stuff like that, is what I assume it'll probably end up being in the U.S.
Yeah, it did, right? And I feel like it's because many legislators, I suspect on the right, just don't really care about solutions to problems. That's just we see this with trans issues, we see this with homelessness, we see this with many different things, that the focus is not on finding what works and how people can be helped, but more how can we get rid of these people? Out of sight, out of mind, basically.
And also, dispositive, what is that? I'm actually pretty sure, despite her citing Lynch, I'm pretty certain it's something that originates with Foucault. We might get to it. I think it's quoted later in the article, so we may not get to it.
Stell is right.
Finish.
The solution doesn't abide by their principles, so it's not a solution to them.
Yeah. But a dispositive, like I said, pretty sure originates with Foucault. It is a how do I say this simply? It is something. It is a thing that is productive, that produces subjects, is how I'll say it. This will there's a quote later on that we have to stop talking about power in negative terms. We have to stop saying that it's simply in just negative terms, that it oppresses, that it obscures, that it does this, that it does that. It is productive. It creates knowledges and practices and subjects. It's kind of I was kind of, that's not the actual quote, but I just kind of my little short thing of it.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. What happened in Kub?
Oh, what did you say?
Oh, in Kub wrote in the chat a question mark. All right. Would you like to take it from here?
Yes, I would love to. A curious symmetry did emerge then, after all, in this ethnography. I did not assume that there was from the start an already constituted subject, myself, symmetrical to other pre-existing subjects, those I studied. Rather, I allowed that all there were passages through dispositives through which subjects, the term might no longer be valid, emerged with new capacities. I followed the actors in their explanation of a treatment that would allow users to emerge as other than slaves, toys of the drug. They tentatively modified their dispositive in an effort to ensure that those who passed through it would become capable of an alternative relation drug user, where the drug does not subjugate, but allows its user to act in turn, to act with. The user acquired this capacity as she passed the specific setting of the clinic. Simultaneously, I explored ways of describing events at the Blue Clinic, not simply as repeating the abuses of medicine and psychiatry so well documented by medical sociology. To do so, I made the clinic pass through another dispositive, a conceptual setup made of theoretical perspectives mainly drawn from the sociology of technology and science. This setup was very simple, insisting only that users, drugs care professionals, myself, or any other entity possess no property before they pass through a dispositive. This setup then allowed me to be attentive to the constraints that might allow properties, interesting properties like the capacity to act differently, to emerge in passing creatures. It became possible to describe the Blue Clinic as an experiment about the conditions under which certain drugs do not subjugate their users, but allow their users to act in turn. The reference to Latour is going to be talking about Latour's concept of the fair fare. Fair, he translates in one of his books. It gets translated in one of his books to do. The fair fare is to make do. It is it's to cause something to act.
Right.
But it's not. It's sorry. Cause isn't the right way to say that. But it is like she's talking about. It's the allowing to act in turn. It is. It's not. I don't know how to say it. I guess the very simple way is it's kind of it would be more of a productive thing than like a negative thing. It allows to act a positive, not it restricts action negative. I guess is the way you would say it.
Yeah.
And then just to go over footnote 7, there's no English term for dispositive except the awkward setup. That's the term. This setup is the dispositive. Mike Lynch proposed topical contextures, not topological. Topical contextures.
Wait, hold on. Where are we?
That's footnote 7 on page 22.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just reading that.
Good.
And then I'll do the final paragraph, and then you can take off.
Yep.
Here, I first sketch my theoretical appreciation of their critique of traditional treatment. Then I follow the actors into their practice in an attempt to detail further their experiment on the possible and unexpected relations of object and subject, drug and user.
So it's basically giving some form of agency to the drug users. Is that a correct read?
Yeah. And also giving another kind of agency to drugs as well. That drugs are not simply constraining in this way. They don't make you act in these like wholly negative ways. They can actually be productive. They can be used productively. Even drugs that are opiates. Methadone is an opiate. Methadone, you can't overdose from all the substitutions, but methadone is one of the ones you can overdose on if administered improperly.
Right. Makes sense. But then again, we accept that with certain different types of medication, right? That if you take too much, it will, like, even with simple things like sleeping medication, right?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Experiments with substance. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, Casey said, right as you're about to read, says something very interesting. So methadone here can be understood as helpful. That opens up things to those engaging with it. Yeah. That's exactly what Emily Gomar is going to argue, and it's going to be. I think she does so very beautifully.
I mean, if it helps people that have an addiction, and helps them to lead a healthy life, then yeah, it is something useful. As an agent, yeah. Experiments with substance, a generous over-interpretation of the French debate. The Blue Clinic was founded as and supported by actors, in particular AC and DT, who had formulated a severe critique of the existing French specialized system of care for addiction. These actors had all previously been employed in these specialized establishments of care but had marginalized themselves from the mainstream by criticizing their own profession, by having refused to prescribe systematically on a large scale. Comar 2002b, substitution, i.e. methadone and opiates, or psychiatric medications such as antidepressants to drug users until the mid-1990s. And despite growing international concerns about drug-related HIV infections, rather than present a fair panoramic vision of the debate between these two sets of actors, the promoters of substitution and the specialists I propose to interpret just one side of this debate, lending it theoretical weight. In this enthusiastic reinterpretation, I suggest that not I, but they came up with the hypothesis that subjects do not have qualities before they enter a setup. Indeed, subjects are not even subjects before that moment. It is not I, but they who show that this hypothesis has clear consequences for the treatment of a drug users. The point here, however, is not to pinpoint the source of the argument. Neither is the point to worry about whether this argument was actually a fair criticism of existing treatments. Instead, what matters here is that in the midst of this imbroglio, new ways of posing the problem of the relation of drug and user became possible. For the sake of the possibilities, for the theoretical reasons which will become clear in this section, I allow that my own action, ethnographics, analysis began under the influence of their no doubt biased critique. Until the beginning of the 1990s in France, psychological treatments of drug addiction began with the injunction of abstinence. Before entering treatment, the addict went through a cure of withdrawal from the drug. Only when he or she was clean did treatment begin. When the user relapsed into drugs, treatment was interrupted because one should not speak with one's mouth full. One specialist in the psychological treatment of addiction wrote that the capacity of a user to maintain his subjectivity was in direct relation to the distance he maintained from the drug. The confirmed addict was not a person but an empty carcass. The drug reduced the person to nothingness because it had an immediate action which produced pleasure without requiring effort or mentalization from the user. A specific theory of substance was at the basis of these psychological definitions of addiction. A substance was a cause with immediate, fixed, predictable, and detrimental effects. These descriptions also imply the theory of human agency. Either the subject was abstinent, an autonomous liberal agent, maintaining a safe distance from drugs, or he or she was addicted, the toy of determinations. The specialists set up a dualism between subject and drug in which the action of one term detracted from that of the other. The gap between the two poles dramatized the irreconcilability between human and drug action. Once a person entered into commerce with such a powerful object, he or she surrendered his or her capacity to act. He or she could not act when the drug acted. To the specialist, it was unthinkable that subjects might ever benefit from the action of drugs. The source of these definitions of addiction was the specialist's supposition that the subject was pre-given. The subject found and continues the world. Found. Any thoughts so far?
Yeah. I actually forgot to mention this. Something actually very this will be gotten into later You'll actually know. I forgot to mention something. They also people who were in favor of these treatments also didn't want to prescribe psychiatric medication. This was specifically because they were arguing these French care providers that addiction was a separate issue from that addiction wasn't synonymous with a psychiatric issue.
Right.
And so that is, I'm pretty sure that's part of the reason why it's not just they didn't want to give substitution, why they also didn't want to give psychiatric medication. It'll be talked about later. It's about to be talked about how they talk about things, but it ends up becoming it is becoming a very specific thing that emerges in how they talk about the drug and the user.
What if the person with an addiction happens to have depression?
I'm not actually sure. You could actually probably this will actually link because after this, I could actually probably, if we end up having some time, or if I end up having, or I could probably do it while we're doing this. This actually links to the next thing referenced is Morel et al. 1997, and that's actually referencing guidelines for abstinence treatment. That's like given by like a president of an association of people. So I assume stuff like that will be in there. So I actually the next time you end up reading, I'll download that.
Karasu says this is important and kind of shows this approach kind of doomed to fail. This division of free agent controlled by drugs easily leads to the jump to treat the drug user as a failure of the user, something of an inherent weakness. Convenience style. This is why free will is actually not a good way to see the world. Karasu Kafka. So it leads not to understanding why the drug uses emerges, what drug gives to them, why they might find it beneficial, and what other substance practice can be replacing it. One moment. I have to.
It's okay. This gives me the perfect time to search up this little article to see. Crystal, it's actually going to be up to you, since it's not a web page. and it's going to be found in a book. So it's up to you to download this book.
To me?
You can read the guidelines, Estelle. You will be. That's the name of the book.
Perfect.
It's up to you. You can do it. I believe in you.
All right.
Up to you. It's hopefully on Anna's archive.
All right. But while we continue reading.
I'll actually tell you if it is.
All right, let us continue then. Onward and upward. An addiction clinic cannot but start from reality, that is, from the addicts. The approach that we propose is transdisciplinary, dynamic, and humanist, but it does not claim any total or definite truth. It is founded on an encounter and practice in a space which is, at the very least, that of encounter between person and person, an insubjugative relation, an interactive relation. The subject is primary and indivisible. Drugs could never be building blocks in the construction of the subject. The subject is precisely that which is not constructed or archived. Construction of the subject for these specialists limits itself to maturation. In normal conditions, the human infant begins his life in a state of organic dependence. The march of the individual, as well as that of our species, seems to be nothing other than the struggle to untangle oneself from those dependencies which are alienating, to enlarge one's spatiality and temporality, to loosen the constraints imposed by natural elements, and especially to establish autonomy. This autonomy is both a limit and a link with others. In this sense, it is a quest for something that we call freedom or happiness, and that passes through pleasure and requires sharing. The task of the individual is to reduce the number of dependencies, or rather, tautologically, those dependencies which are alienating, natural, external. The mature psychological subject strives towards the ideal of the free subject. This is an idea shared with political philosophers such as Hobbes or Rousseau. The entire philosophy of enlightenment and beyond the whole conception of the individual citizen rests upon the duality of man who belongs to nature and submits to its laws, but who also has a latent talent for freedom and is therefore responsible for his acts, a dialectic constitutive of his existence. There are no intermediaries between autonomy and dependence, between losing subjectivity and being a full subject. For the specialist, the subject is restricted to these two configurations. It is either already there pre-given or already lost. Any thoughts on this? I find this interesting. Yeah?
Yeah, a little bit. There's the reason I said, but it actually becomes kind of clear why psychiatric medication, especially in something like this, isn't going to be also prescribed. Even if you just talk about it, like literally the way this is talking about it precludes. If a person was depressed, it would probably be the person actually they can just do it. They just have to establish their own autonomy. They just have to do all that, and And yeah, it's very weird. I have something more to say, but I was trying to help Estelle find stuff while you were reading.
Yeah,
On,
but I also find it interesting that there's this very strict, very either you have autonomy because you can keep yourself clean, or you don't have autonomy because you're engaged with the substances, in which case you lose the autonomy and you become a passive object to the drug. Karasu Kafka, this is such a limited approach again. It ignores how the substance acts, or extending how things around substance acts, to be exact. I interviewed my heroin addict sister ages ago when she was out of a rehab. I asked what she is struggling with. She explained that how heroin organized her life and that the action to get the substance, and how she missing that organizational force in her life. Right. Interesting.
Well, are we ready to continue reading?
Yeah.
Maturation, therefore, is not a literal genesis of the subject. If construction there is, the word is symbolic. Maturation is possible because the infant possesses from the start the seed of subjectivity. He matures, develops. Maturation is the extension of the space of freedom. Subjectivity is not gained, achieved. It slowly and gradually manifests itself as the expression of inherent properties of an essence, the subject. The only mix or intermediary that the specialist can conceive of is that of a dialectical dynamic, the crucial struggle between dependency and freedom, as in the quote above. However, the dialectical theory does not solve the dualism, but rather topicalizes its contradiction. No intermediate, no mixture is possible, only repetitive alternations. Addiction is the antithesis of maturation, a pathology of freedom. Drugs grant extraordinarily easy pleasure to the drug user and thereby allow him/her to avoid conflict with other people, which are necessary for his/her maturation. The building blocks of maturation are not concrete and determined by unpredictable intersubjective relations. Drugs lure the user away from the symbolic construction, maturation. The drug user excels at avoiding the human other. Not to go through the other, such is indeed the problem of dependence on drugs. The one who marries the drug wants to jump from dependence to independence, without passing through the conflicts, the loss, and the uncertain encounter with the other human. Dope is a straitjacket, isolating by force. To enable the person to mature, the psychologist's task is to replace the user's relation to the drug with human relations. According to the Blue Clinic founders, AC and DT, this proposition of care persistently failed. Therefore, to the low rates of success measured since the 1980s, Vogt and Fonbaum 1989, AC argued that the inordinately high French rates of HIV infection and of marginalization among drug users were signs that a large proportion of drug users had little or no contact with the specialized system of care for addiction. She argued that the requirement for abstinence had excluded the users from treatment, had pushed them back on the streets, and had thus contributed to their social and medical deterioration. She formed political alliances with drug users, self-help groups. Together, she and the users worked to convince key administrators at the Ministry of Health these specialists had failed in their mission to treat users because they were at least partially responsible for the alarming state of the population of drug users. Psychological treatment worsened the health and conditions of life of users instead of improving them. In order to improve them, AC argued, that drugs should be given to, not withdrawn from, the user. Substitution products, she hoped, would make treatment into a more attractive and livable proposition for users.
Right, yeah.
In substitution treatment, the user is not required to abstain from drugs. On the contrary, she/he is given a pharmacological equivalent to heroin, methadone, buprenorphine, or a morphine sulfate, daily and for a period of years. In contrast to specialists of addiction who had opposed methadone prescription for 20 years, the ground that like any drug, it was an obstacle to the construction of human relationships. Substitution promoters argue that methadone might benefit the user and play a role in bringing him/her back into the collective. In addition, to accusing specialists of failure, substitution promoters developed an original definition of drugs. Under certain conditions, drugs might play a part in the reconstruction of users, not just in their destruction. For psychologists, maturation had been an immaterial, symbolic process. For the substitution promoters, construction became a chemical, material, and thus literal. The subject was not pre-given, but achieved, and drugs could participate in this construction of the user. This was substitution's alternative proposition of care. Was there a footnote? No, there wasn't. Okay. Yeah. It's about to say it. But I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it first.
Yeah.
To engage in abstinence treatment, the drug user has to not be a user. They have to already not be a drug user.
Yeah.
Because, well, if they could just stop fucking using drugs, well, okay, well, then they would be clean.
And also, there is the assumption that any kind of interaction with substances cuts you away from society, basically.
Yeah.
So you cannot use it as treatment because it just furthers your isolation from society, from building.
Something interesting.
Mm-hmm. Which is interesting because even in the negative sense, drug users who use substances that are destructive for them do form human relationships and bonds, for example, in order to facilitate getting the substance.
Something that's going to be talked about is that we might not get to because it's towards the very end of the article. Is that there's dialogue between a nurse and AC, one of the leaders of the substitution clinic, and she talks about how drug users, it's not just about stopping the drug. They have to stop hanging out with certain groups of people. They have to do other things. They have to interact differently in different social groups. It all this stuff surrounding, there is so much stuff surrounding the drug that keeps you that you end up having to be active in changing in doing as a part of treatment. It's considered a part of treatment.
Yeah.
It isn't just something that's oh well, maybe do this. It's like something that's one of the big things is something like getting a job, or if not a job, finding a hobby to do,
or getting
is one
a
of the
place
big
to
things.
live.
Yeah.
Because
it's
drug use is also tied to homelessness.
Yep.
Okay. Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Should I or should you?
You can if you want.
Okay, where were we? Where did we finish?
The sentence we're reading is the first hypothesis.
Okay, the first hypothesis substitution promoters then made was that the subject is achieved through habits, techniques, routines, and that drugs can play a part in these achievements. A second hypothesis, this is also something that Karasu has touched upon in the comments about their sister finding a structure within the addiction, and that this structure has not been replaced with anything. A second hypothesis concerns the role of the caretakers in this process of construction of the subject. Not only chemicals, but the caretakers with their theories are constraints which have a role in the construction of a subject. The substitution promoters took the rates of failure of treatment as information about the specialist's own role in the emergence of a phenomenon instead of attributing failure to the inherent difficulty users have in forming human relations. For psychologists, when a patient failed to remain abstinent and relapse into drug use, this had been taken as a sign of the patient's difficulty to commit to a human relation with the therapist. Was it not well known that users do not care to pass through a human other? By contrast, substitution promoters along the same lines are, as recent analysts of scientific practice argued, that their own expectations and instruments participated in producing these appalling results. The scientists and the experimental apparatus, material and theoretical constraints should be taken as part of the phenomenon. More specifically, the problem with the specialist's apparatus had been not so much that it had an impact, but that these techniques had effectively excluded the very phenomenon in which they were supposed to intervene. By requiring abstinence from their patients, substitution promoters said, specialists had demanded that drug users not be users. They had thus excluded addicts, the very phenomenon of addiction, from addiction treatment. Yeah, that's true. Substitution promoters then sought not to eliminate all influence of techniques upon results, but to define and multiply the constraints under which their intervention might include rather than exclude the phenomenon of addiction. Right. Yeah. Once you're no longer on drugs, once you no longer have the problem, then we can start helping you, which feels like a very strange way to approach the thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And like this is a thing that that has been baked into the culture of addiction. Like when I read the book We Children from the Zoo Station, do you know it?
No, I don't.
It's a book about children living in 70s Germany. It's a book basically based on the real life of a teen girl in the 70s Germany that had a troubled home and started taking drugs and then became a child prostitute. And there was this baked in assumption that treatment is not guaranteed, that it has a big failure rate, and that there's this just inherent drive to return to drug use, that it's like a dooming thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Carasso says, another way to experience a norm of relations and rejecting other interactions, they set themselves up to failure or relapses of the people they take care of. It is how many places works in the 19th, 2000s Budapest and help for heroin addicts. So, yeah. Like the person from the book goes near the end of the book called Turkey with her partner. And there is just this looming hope that maybe this will work, you know?
Yeah.
And it is very strange because I read the book as a small child, and as an adult, I read, oh, this person from the book just lost custody over her child because she relapsed.
Yeah.
So it's and that's really that's I think the worst thing about this whole thing about reading an article like this is the fact that we have tools that work, that we have solutions that actually can bring people to a better place, but places like the US just will not embrace them because it's not accepted ideologically or for some other reason.
Yeah. It's especially really bad with obviously America's known for its opiate crisis in like what the 2010s I think it was. So specifically with substitution treatment, it needs to be noted when we're talking about treatment, we are talking about on the low end 3 years. I think on the high end, AC estimates it takes about like 5 years, I think. And so like 3 to 5 years is a really long time. And it's like, so like this not being available to people who are going through like especially this kind of addiction.
Yeah.
In the 2010s is like gonna be is gonna have been super fucking harmful and contributed to like deaths.
Yeah.
For people who couldn't access these treatments.
Yeah, and it is very, I guess it'll be a pretty extreme example of me to give, but it is very horrifying, I think, that the United States will sooner choose to bomb boats rather than introduce treatments that actually work.
Yeah.
Right? Because it was supposedly over drug smuggling, the whole raids on boats. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, but especially with this kind of treatment, like genuinely, like the best time to start substitution treatment is 5 years ago. The second best time is now. Okay, because it's like it's like a really long process. I'm getting off these.
And like we still have people that in the United States are dying from addiction that could very well be enrolled into such programs and be alive.
Yeah. Because specifically, there's actually something interesting because different substitutions, like the specific drug used for substitution, actually works differently for different kinds of drug users. Methadone is prescribed usually to users who are tired of being addicts, and so it actually is really effective at treating like people with that instead of like people who are going to use who might not be ready to stop using yet for whatever reason that may be. Hopefully we'll get into that, but it's actually all very interesting because there's like a whole thing around this and like how these, like we know how this like not just methadone, we know, and we probably know, we almost certainly know a whole bunch fucking more about like really effective methods. But like even now, when this is being written in like 2004, and this might actually come from earlier stuff because this actually comes from some of this work I believe comes from a dissertation that Gomar wrote when she in 1999, and so like literally before even 2000, some of this stuff might be coming from. I'm not actually sure, but this was taken, I believe, I think it says partly from some stuff she did when like studying this stuff at that time, and so we know we have ways that are effective, or at the very least more effective than the current treatments we have.
Yeah.
And it's just like, yeah,
it's all about protecting the traditional values, I guess, of people being thrown aside and not helped.
Yeah.
Substitution is finding a mode of control that they will accept themselves. This is very important, by the way, that this whole cold turkey thing is very difficult, very taxing on the body, very just painful process that many people would just not submit themselves to willingly. And this kind of process is something that the people themselves will embrace more openly.
Karasu says, I mean, in heroin itself, even heroin that could have been calculated the exact things it is in there, having safe environment for use massively reduces death rates. Also, the chance of infections around users who are non-users.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That is true. Especially since the drugs in the US are also laced with other things that just kill people.
Yep. The first condition of good treatment, then, according to the substitution promoters, was that it should hold itself responsible for the qualities emerging.
Hold on, one moment.
At the top of the page.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, we'll continue. Sorry.
Substitution promoters inverted the psychological interpretation of addicts' failure in treatment. Users did not fail because they disliked to pass to the other. Users relapsed because the specialist had failed to pass to the user. Substitution promoters suggested that, instead of aiming to get users to pass through them, caregivers had to learn to pass through the users. Methadone was what allowed the user to be included in the treatment. It became a technique for acting with the patient.
Yeah.
Substitution is finding a mode of control that they will accept themselves. Before I thought that I could do it without the drug, opiate substitute. I was wrong. Thus, methadone, an addictive substance, becomes the element which, when added to a treatment setup, allows the experimenters to include the phenomenon. The contrast with the previous definition of the drug should be insisted upon. For specialists, narcotic drugs, including methadone, impacted upon the biological substrate of the individual, which in turn simply reacted to the substance. This occurred without at any point mobilizing the higher functions of the user. The drug acted without the user. Among substitution promoters, it was argued that using methadone guaranteed that treatment would include the user. If anything, the specialists had acted without the users.
Yeah.
The substitution promoters thus took high rates of failure to be an occasion to learn about the quality of their own setup. Remember, many methadone promoters had previously been specialists. Instead of taking failure as the product of the shortcomings of those who failed, instead of insisting that users should just try harder, they took failure to constitute an inheritance worthy to share. This is a crucial methodological shift in the treatment of addiction. They accepted failure as an inheritance when they accepted to tentatively modify the relation to the phenomenon. The problem was, they continued, the specialists had set up a bad experiment. They had created a situation in which no matter what the user's response to a treatment, she/he could only confirm their initial hypothesis about addicts, that they are empty carcasses.
Yeah.
To use philosophical terms, users had little chance of expressing themselves in terms which had not been already set out by the experimenters.
Yeah.
Inversely, substitution promoters attempted to orient their action in relation to the objects of study's own determinations. The chemically constrained interaction between staff and user is seen as the occasion for the revelation-construction of these determinations.
Yeah.
With methadone, the conditions of treatment are transformed in such a way that the phenomenon is no longer determined by the analyst's initial interpretations. The substitution promoters attempt to set up conditions that the drug user might resist and impose his own constraints upon the caregiver. It becomes possible to understand the resistance the Blue Clinic is aiming for when it holds on to the definitions of the sociology of technology regarding the resistance of objects. In this other field, the term refers to 1. The emergent quality of all properties of humans and things. Being red, flexible, hot are all resistances. 2. One particular emergent quality among all these resistances, that entities do not simply obey the designer's plans, but also transform and deform them in unexpected ways. The Blue Clinic seeks to constrain users in such a way they act in turn, prolong and deviate the actions exercised upon them.
Yeah.
It is striking that for substitution promoters, what makes the user capable of resistance is methadone, the strongest possible constraint, addictive chemical, a substance reputed to be determining, enslaving, to preclude any form of resistance.
So it's
but yeah,
basically the
it's
complete reversal, the complete inverse of what has been believed to be the case for people with addiction.
yes. This they're like, maybe the reason, maybe we're the issue and not the people, and not the phenomenon we're trying to treat. Maybe we're the issue. Maybe it's not some issue with like drug users being specifically this or that. Maybe it's actually, maybe we're actually the issue.
Yeah. Or our approach, rather.
Yeah. It's this entire yes, the entire thing is literally being inverted, because like it says, it's not just that the caregiver is acting in a different way. The caregiver is allowing the drug user to act in different ways as well.
Yeah.
They're not simply just like an empty carcass. They're an active agent in all this. They're not not just like in using the drug, but in the treatment of addiction, of being a drug user, of all this stuff. They are they are also acting. They are also,
and more importantly, they are doing this through the conduit of the substance that supposedly is supposedly robbed them of all agency and ability to enact this resistance.
Yeah.
So from the perspective of abstinence, this should not even be possible physically.
Yeah.
Interesting. Can we end it here for today? Because I'm feeling a bit tired and I have to rest a bit, and then I have some intense. We could continue this today, actually, on the next stream.
Sure.
Alrighty. It was a good intro. Yeah?
Just add me in your Discord.
Okay. I feel like this is really good. This is a really...
It's really amazing. The thing I love about this stuff is I think they have like very specific applications, not just for what they're talking about. I think they also this stuff can be applied to other stuff too, in I think interesting ways that end up talking about them in more productive ways.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, of course.
Alrighty. I'm gonna raid everybody to someone that will appreciate it, surely. Who shall we raid into? How about ICO? What do you think? Shall we raid into ICO rules?
Sure.
Alrighty then. Let's go for ICO. This is very nice. Feel like okay. ICO, and we finished stream. Thank you all for being here. We continued on the next stream, so tune in if you're interested in this topic. I certainly am. Bye-bye.